WordPress theme development in 2020. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you how to build out this really cool beach and bar website in WordPress. We're going to install WordPress, get it up and running, and I'm going to show you every single step so that if you want to create your own WordPress website with a custom theme, you'll be able to know how to do so. My name's Adrian and I do videos around design and development, so if you haven't already, hit like and subscribe and we're just going to jump straight into it. Let's take a closer look at this design that we'll be making in WordPress today. And this is the back beach. And if we take a look at it, it's a pretty nice design. What we'll be making out today is essentially the header navigation up here. We're going to do this nice big banner as well as 3 call to actions here. We've got our title here and then we've got an introduction to what this company or website is. As we move on, we'll have a section here of one of the top news articles. We'll build this out so it's dynamic and we can update it automatically every time there's a new post in WordPress. When we move on to the next section, we'll have some information about their food and what they're providing in terms of services. So this section has some nice overlays we'll be putting in here, such as these ones, which essentially are almost like little cutouts. Then after that, we'll have some testimonials and examples of what people do. And as you can see, each section sort of flows into the next, which is really cool. And then finally, we'll have some call to action. So maybe signing up for a newsletter, maybe following on social media. And finally, we'll get to the bottom, which is just going to be a contact form with some basic information if you want to contact the organization. If we scroll out, it's quite a large page. We can see that we'll have quite a lot of elements we'll be building out. So because of this, we'll be building out an element here also for a tablet view, and then we'll go all the way down here to even the mobile view, which is quite narrow, but it'll make sure that all of our design is responsive. After that, we'll maybe also have a look at some internal pages or even contact us pages, but the whole design will be essentially going through each one of these and how we can connect these up through WordPress as part of this tutorial. The very first thing we'll do is simply download WordPress. So to do this, we'll just type in WordPress download. And in here, we'll be able to grab the most up-to-date and latest version of WordPress, which is what you want to do every single time you're grabbing and installing WordPress. This will just download in the background. The other thing we'll be doing is building out a custom theme. And for this, I'm going to use Understrap. Understrap is a great theme builder, which lets you start off your WordPress website with some basic stuff like Bootstrap and Font Awesome, and this makes life a lot easier. So here's a copy of Understrap essentially from GitHub. And what we're going to do is just download a copy of it, and we're going to put this into our directory. Let's click to download that over here. And while that's downloading, the next part will be to create the folders we're actually going to be placing all of these web files in. I'm going to open up Windows over here and I'm just going to create a new folder. And in this folder, I'm just going to put the back beach. And in here, we'll create all our files and our WordPress site. So normally what I like to do is create a new folder called www. And this is where we'll put WordPress. So I'm just going to open up the WordPress zip over here. And what I'm going to do is go into the folder and copy all of the content in. Once that's unzipped, we'll be able to also put the theme in here for Understrap. So let's just let this finish up. Now that that's unzipped, what we're going to do is jump here into WP content. And in here, we've got a folder called themes. So we're going to expand that out. We've got some basic themes in here, but what we want to do is grab the Understrap theme and put it in here. So what I normally like to do is create a folder and name it the theme we're going to do. So in this case, it'll be just back beach. And maybe I'll put in back beach dash theme in here. So that makes a little bit more sense. Then what we're going to do is open up Understrap. And in here, we're going to expand out the zip. And with this zip, we're going to drag it straight into this theme folder because it has all the files we need to get started. So that'll also unzip. And once that's done, we're almost complete with getting most of our WordPress up and running. The only thing we need to do now is essentially create a database for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump here into phpMyAdmin. I've got an installation of this, but if you don't, you'll need to get a version of this up and running so that you have a database. I'm using WAMP, so I'm just going to start my WAMP server and that should automatically get phpMyAdmin up and running. In here, we're going to create a new database. So let's just zoom out a little bit so you guys can see this. and I'm gonna create a database here just called back beach. This should get us started and we can keep this empty for the time being. Finally, I'm going to also create a host file where I'm going to set the path for our development. Now in our development, we're just going to use backbeach.localhost, and you can really set this to whatever you want. So to do that, I'm just going to grab a copy of a previous host file I had, which is just over here. And I'll show you how this is done in this case. We'll jump back into our project, which is just over here. And in the host file, this is for Windows. Then what we can do is just edit the main content of that. So in this case, I'm just going to open it up in VS Code, and we'll edit the current content and add in our IP address to include the back beach. So here I've got a number of examples of content, and here I'm just going to copy Fred, and I'm going to put backbeach.localhost, and this will just point it to my local web server. Great, so now we can get started. With all of this done, we can now browse into our folder. So we're going to do this simply by putting in backbeach in here .localhost. And when we do, we get our installation of WordPress, which is completely empty. Let's go and create this. We're going to just select here to set out the defaults. And in this case, the database name is just called backbeach. Username, password, and everything can be essentially whatever you set it to. In mine, it's just default. So I'm going to click submit here, and we're going to run the WordPress installation. This will require a site name. So I'm just going to put in the back beach and a username in here. Here we've got an automatically generated password, and I might change this later, but this is just essentially what you use to log in. And then we hit install WordPress. This takes only a few seconds, and WordPress is essentially installed now and up and running. So what we can do is log in using the credentials we just created. And using that, we've got our dashboard here for admin. And if we click in here, we've got our website. So that's really cool. The only thing we need to do now is set a theme. And right now our theme options here are a few, but we've got this Understrap theme. We're gonna rename this and set up a custom theme that we'll be using for this example. To customize the theme, what we'll be doing is jumping into WP content, going back into themes and selecting our theme. So this is the Backbeach theme. In here we have Understrap. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click, open this folder up in VS Code, and we can start editing it. Now the very first thing we'll want to edit is the styles.css. And for this, we're going to give this theme a name. For this theme name, I might just call it the Back Beach, and that'll be pretty simple. I'm going to put in some author details in here, such as the fact that I'm doing this and a couple of other things, but mostly as long as you've got the theme name in there, that's the main important part. I'm going to save that now, and what we can do is double check that that's applied. So if we refresh the WordPress website, we can see here it's called the Back Beach. We also still have this generic photo here in the back, and I want to change this. So this is actually called screenshot.png. We're going to edit this and open this up in Photoshop. And what we're going to do is replace it with a picture of our theme here. So I might take a quick snippet of this theme right now, and we'll use this as an example of our new screenshot. So here I'm just taking a screenshot of that, and that looks good. And then I've got WordPress just over here, and this is the picture we had previously. So I'm just going to override it with an example of our theme here, and I'm just going to center this in just so that we can see it. I'll essentially now export this as a PNG, and we'll replace the previous screenshot we had in here with this new screenshot. Great, with that done, we should be able to refresh our WordPress site. And when we do, we can see that our custom theme now has a custom screenshot and name. And what we can do is now activate this theme. We're using this theme now, so if we jump back onto the website, we can see that we've got our baselines here for Understrap. We haven't customized it yet, but that's the next step, so we'll take a look at how to do that. So if you're building a WordPress theme in 2020, you're gonna need to know how it's done so that it's optimized to its best level. With Understrap, it comes with a thing called Gulp, so we'll need to install that. When we open up our terminal over here, we'll need to run npm install. if we take a look, we've got a packages.json, and this is just a number of files that we're using with npm to essentially create better optimized data such as CSS and JS that's compressed. So this will install Gulp, and we'll be able to start using this as part of our WordPress installation. If you haven't got npm, it's simple to install. Just download Node.js, and that comes along with npm and everything you need, and that can be just found at nodejs.org. Otherwise, once it's up and running, then we'll be able to start using it. So here we've got all our packages installed, and all we need to do is run gulp watch, and we start utilizing that. We can now jump into the theme folder, and that's located here in Sass under themes and in _theme.css. Now we're using Sass for this, so it gives us an extra bit of functionality. So here we could go into the folder for theme variables, and we've got one here for the primary color. We might want to change this. So in this case, I might make it maybe this strong red color. And if we copy out the hex value for this and paste it here in as a primary value and resave our CSS, we'll see that our website automatically updates with a new color theme. This is what Gulp does, and it's why a theme builder is essentially pretty good when building a website out, because you'll get all this optimization straight out of the box. And now we can just go straight into customizing our WordPress header file for this. So the header for WordPress is located here in header.php. If we take a look at this file over here, we can see that we've got some base head content in here, which we're applying. And then after that, we're applying a logo in here, and then also some navigation in here with a button if we go down to a mobile responsive level. We're going to start customizing all of this so that we can get a layout a little bit more like the one we have over here. Now this is going to take a little bit of work. We're going to have to build out a menu to start off with. We're going to have to pull in the logo by exporting it from Adobe XD here. And we'll have to make sure we pull in all the icons and apply all the styling that we need. And then we're going to have to make sure that it's responsive, so it shrinks down on each level. Let's get started on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to double click on some of these items, and I'm going to open them up here in Photoshop. What we're going to do is resize them, crop them, and then use them for our website. So in this case, let's double check what size this is. It's almost 5,000 pixels, which is way too much. I'm going to resize this to 1928, and this is more a desktop size. And what we're going to do is we're going to export this out, and we're going to save this as a small JPG file. So that way it's only about 100 kilobytes. We might even increase it to maybe about medium, because that should be okay in terms of size. And then what we're going to do is create a brand new folder in our theme pack here called image. And this is where we'll store all our images. And in this case, I just want to call this banner, maybe home-banner. And that should be our banner for our website there. We might pull out a couple of other things too. For example, we might pull out this logo here. So I'm going to right click and see if I can take a look at that. So this is actually just a number of little components put together. And essentially we want this as a whole thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select the option up here to select the entire thing as an exportable PNG. And I'm going to export this as to the web. When we do this, we'll essentially have it exported, but I don't think I exported it to the right folder. So let me just do that one more time. We'll select up here to export, select it, and in here we'll have to select a folder. In this case, I've got the folder here for the back beach. So I'm going to change that and use that folder instead. We'll just place it straight into the images folder, and we'll try that export once more. I might also see if I can pull in an export of an SVG, because that's resizable and we might be able to use that a little bit better. So let's export that as well. Now if we jump into our theme over here and go to images, we can see that we've got the PNG and we've got the SVG. Now WordPress by default doesn't support SVG, so we'll need to install a plugin for it to be able to do that. But when we're manually coding it, then we'll be able to add it in just manually. So we might do that to start off with. So if this is the first time you're seeing a custom theme or WordPress in general, this section might look a little bit confusing, but it's pretty simple. It just says that if we have a custom logo set, then we present it. But otherwise, if we don't, then we'll just have a manual text title. But We don't want any of that, so I'm going to remove the whole section here and we'll set this in manually. This in here sets whether there is a container width, and in this case I'm not using that either, so I'm going to remove that too. When we go back and take a look at what we have, we've just got this baseline here. Now the other thing we'll need to do is create a menu. So to do that, we're going to go into the admin section. We're going to go to menus in appearance, and we're going to create a new primary menu here, which I'm going to name just primary menu. So for WordPress, you do need menus and you can update them anytime you want. But in this WordPress tutorial, we'll just create some basic empty menus with just hashes as links. And what we'll do is we'll go through each one of these and make them as they are currently existing in here. So we've got home, dining, lunch, breakfast. So let's start off with that. We'll remove this page here as a sample and we'll put these in. So in here we'll have dining. Then we have lunch. After that, we have breakfast. Then we also have functions in here. Another one is what's on. Then we also have reservations. So let's put that in. It seemed that what's on came in twice. I'm just going to quickly remove that. Then we'll also have the about page, so let's put that in. And then finally we have a contact page, so let's put contact in there. Great, so I'm gonna set that here to display as a primary menu, so that way we know that's the primary navigation, and hit save on that. That way if we jump back into our website, we've got our menu all the way up here, which is pretty cool. Now we don't want some of this custom styling that's being applied. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that, and that's all existing in here. So we've got ML Auto, which automatically generates the sizing. We also have a couple of other things up here, like setting the background to primary and setting the navigation to dark, as well as the responsive design to MD. So I'm going to increase that to LG, which means that it'll break at an earlier point. So if we refresh the design now, we can see that our menu just looks like a basic menu without any styling attached just yet. We can make this even simpler, but to start off with, we probably also need a page template. This is essentially how a page is rendered, and we can create our own. We've got a folder in here called page templates, and we're going to create a new file in here called template-home.php. We're going to copy over one of our previous templates. So we've got one here for the full page width, and I'm going to copy and paste that in here, but I'm going to remove all the content. So we'll start fresh. We don't need this section in here either, or this one there. So this is completely empty now, and all we need to do is rename it. So here where it says template name, we're just going to call this template home. Now we can use this as an actual page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new page here in WordPress. And this will be our home page. So I'm just going to type in home in here. And on the far right in the page attributes, we can select a page template. And in this case, I'll select that home template I created. We'll hit save and publish on that. And with that done, we can go back into our admin now. And what we can do is we can set this as the main home page or front page for our website. So we'll just jump in here to, I think it is writing or reading, and then we'll go to setting a static page and setting this page to be the home page. We'll click save on that. Now when we go to our page here, we can see that we're starting completely empty. This is now where the fun begins. So what we're going to do is we're going to create our most basic part for this website, which is this gigantic background image. And this is the background image we'll be using for our website, but for the time being, it's a nice overlay that exists on this homepage, and then our menu sort of exists above it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this page section, which has a height of maybe about 1080 pixels, and I'll create that as an actual item. So I'm going to call this here banner, and this will be a banner for the homepage. So I might even put in the class home banner. And this will be our very first section. So I'm going to hit save on that. And here in our theme, I'm going to create that here. I'm going to create a home banner as a style and put in a height of 1080 pixels and maybe a background of gray, just so that it's appearing. This gray will be just CCC. And we're going to refresh our page, and we can see here we have that banner. It's Doesn't do anything just yet, but this is our first building block. The next thing we can do is use this home banner image. So here it is, it's called home-banner.jpg. So in our theme, what we're going to do is set a background-image, and we'll pass in the path for the images, and then in here we'll pass in home banner. We'll also pass in background size cover, and I think that should be about it. We'll hit save on that and we'll refresh the page, and we should see it popping up. I think we have to make sure that the path is correct, so sometimes you need a double dot just to make sure that the CSS file is going back one. So there we go, we've got our banner up and running. Now this isn't everything, it's just the basics, but at least I like to have something in the background that sort of represent what the page should look like. And now we can move on to the next section, which is essentially building out this menu here. I prefer to do this because this is an easier section than building out this navigation at the top with the logo, and we'll take a look at that second. So if we take a look at the header here, we've got a little bit of space before our menu. It's about 260 pixels. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here to the header section. We've got this ID here called wrapper nav. We're going to be using this to style most of our content. Let's put that in here. And the very first part of this will probably be the logo and social media holders. So for that, I might create a new class for that. And the class I might create for this is just maybe top header holder. This is simple enough and hopefully will make sense to me in the future, but for the time being, I'm just going to put this in as a nested class inside of our ID. For this, we're going to give it that height, and that height again was 260 pixels. And I'll give it a slightly gray color, a little bit more than previously we were using, just so that we know that's where we're starting off. Then our menu will sort of sit underneath that. So let's save these two for our CSS and our HTML and refresh our page. And we can see here we've got that top section, which will place our menu and logo in a little bit later. I might even make this slightly more gray because it's a little bit too dark. So I'm just going to do that as F1, F1, F1. Let's refresh that, and that's looking okay. So now what we can do is create out this menu here. If we take a look at this menu, it's got two elements. It's got the line here, which is this 5D color with 50% opacity on the top and at the bottom. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the nav section for that. I think it's just nav, and put in border top 1 pixel solid and RGBA. I'm going to pass in that hexadecimal number with a 0.5% opacity. And I'm going to do that for the top and the bottom. We're going to double check this is the right element we're applying this to. So in this case, it should be actually the nav section here. So this is main menu for the nav. So let's apply that. We'll put in this ID here, and we'll put in this CSS. Now when we refresh, we should see that it's being applied in here, but if we take a closer look, we can see that it's only being applied inside where the menu is, where we wanted to sort of apply across the whole section. So the way we do this is making sure that we're applying it in the right section. So it actually is here in the main-nav ID. So I'm going to go back a level, and here in our section, I'm going to apply this new ID and save that and refresh. Now we can see that it is being applied properly. If we take a look, we can see that the font and the styling here is a little bit different. It's actually a font of bold with a font size of 22, and we are going to put that in. So over here, we'll do a UL, an LL, and an A tag, but for this, we'll just do font weight, and we'll do 500 to make bold. We'll do font size 22 pixels, and we'll do text transform, I think it is, and we'll do uppercase. This will make sure that the design essentially fits what we were essentially starting off with in Adobe XD here. The only other thing we need to do is make sure that the color for these A elements are this primary color. So we can do this simply by going back to our theme variables and setting that in here, because that's where it probably should be set. We're going to save that, and we can see that it's taking effect now. If we have a look at the home button though, it should be an active item. So it's passing in this current page item class. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a sub variable in here in our CSS that'll apply a different color to it. So in this case, I'm going to do and current page item. And in the A tag, I'm gonna pass in the color of, I think it is that orange color. So let's actually pull this in as a variable so we don't have to keep referencing it. I'm gonna do this as our secondary color, and I'm gonna pass it here in as a variable. And for our primary color, then I'm gonna get that dark color that we set in here previously. Let's put that in here. Great, so we've got these two attributes now. And now if I want to apply that color, I simply pass in the attribute with a $sign. And now if we go back to our page, we should see that that home section should apply. Let's double check it. So we've got the UL, the LI. I'll have to double check. I might be missing something here. So if we take a look, we're actually not applying this in the right place. We're meant to be applying it inside the LI, but we're applying it inside the UL. So I'm just going to move this up a level and resave that. So if we refresh our page now, we can see that home section is nicely bolded, and that's essentially what we want. The bolding could be a bit stronger, so I might move it up to about a weight of 600, but mostly this gets us started. We can also have a look at this design. If we take a look at it, we can see that it actually has a few custom fonts being imported. The main one here for the menu is this Source Sans Pro. So if you've got custom fonts, you can import them from Google Fonts. So let's go to Google Fonts here, Google Fonts, and we're gonna go to the website. On here, we're gonna search up that font style. So hopefully it's in here, which it is. We're gonna select it, and we're going to grab a couple of stylings here. I'm thinking maybe regular, bold, and maybe extra bold. And we're gonna go to embed, and we're gonna copy over this link over here. What we're gonna do is we're gonna put this into our header.php section just above wp_head and paste this in. So this will actually pull in that styling. But there's a little bit more to this because we actually have more than one style. We also have this style here, and this is for, I think, Federica the Great, I think, something like that. Not too sure, but essentially we'll check that this isn't a custom style because otherwise we might have to source it separately. But if it's in Google, we'll be able to use it. So it actually is in there, and we'll be able to pull this in as well. So let's select this style, and this will just add to our main link section here. So now what we can do is we can go back into the header here, and we can apply this, and this will exist in there as well. Finally, we can make sure that we're applying the styling itself. So in our Google Fonts, we've got this CSS rules that we can apply. So in our theme, we'll create a body tag. And in this body tag, we're gonna pass in the styling that we wanna apply. So in this case, we wanna use the Source Sans Pro, and we want to set a base body height. Now for the base body height, if we take a look at our design, I think that's about 18 pixels. So that's a little bit more than default, which is usually around 16 pixels. So I'm just gonna apply that in here. The only other thing I might do is grab the line height and set that to maybe 1.25, because usually it defines to 1.5, and sometimes that's a little bit too much. So with that done, we can refresh our page, and mostly that's been applied now, which is really cool. We'll be able to use those fonts a little bit later on. Something you might notice is that there is quite a bit of spacing between each one of these menu items. Now, we can do this by creating a difference in the way that we're displaying this section. So if we go back here to our menu, we can see right now if we right click and inspect on it, that this menu is actually just a flex which isn't really utilizing all its room. So we're going to change that up, and we're going to make it work a little bit better. So in here, we're going to the main menu ID. So let's go into our code here, and this main menu, we haven't actually got a class for that, but this is our UL class as well. So we can see the UL tag just here. What we're going to do is we're going to override this styling, and we're going to make it a flex of 1. When we do this, it should ideally utilize the whole room for that screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to inspect this once more and refresh the page and see if that updates. So now we can see that it has. It's been updated now, and now it's utilizing that entire room. So in here, we're also applying another flex, and this flex is applying our positions just in line. So I'm going to try and space these out a little bit. And we can do this with a number of commands, but in this case, I just want to use possibly justify content. And we might do a justify content of maybe something like space around. When we test this out, it should utilize all the space that we have in this section, and that way they're spaced a little bit more nicely. They should ideally space all the way to the end of the section, but we've also got a little bit of padding being applied here, I think. So we might remove that padding that's being applied. And there's another option for this, which is called space between. We can also give this a try to see if that works. So let's do, instead of around, we'll do between, and we'll hit save on that. And if we refresh, now we can see that that's utilizing all that space much better. Great. So the only other thing I'd like to do here is for the nav section, we've got a little bit of padding happening here, which is about 0.5 and 1 rem. So I'm going to remove that. I'm just going to go over here and do padding 0 pixels. And I'm going to apply this padding on the actual A item. So I might do padding 0.5 EM, 1 EM there. Maybe even just 0.5 EM to start off with. So let's apply that and refresh. And we've applied that, but on our design here, we actually have quite a little bit more padding. So I'm going to increase this to maybe even 1 EM. For the x-axis, so let's refresh that. Sorry, the y-axis, there we go. So let's refresh that once more, and that's looking a little bit better. With our design though, we'll need to zoom into 100% to make sure that we get an accurate fit. So this is our design here at 100%. And this is the layout. So we can see that the padding is actually different. There's a little bit more padding on the design here. So we're going to increase this just a little bit more, maybe to 1.5 EM. Let's refresh. And now we can see we've got a closer approximation to the same as what we have in the design. So that's looking much better now. I'm pretty happy with that. Now our design here overlaps with a little bit of this navigation. So to do that, we might do a negative margin. So might do margin bottom, and maybe I'll do something like negative 400 pixels and see how that looks. So if we refresh that, we can see that it's overlapping on our design here. We can probably even have a look at doing something different later on for this, but this should give us the same sort of layout that we're getting here. And that's just about right, I think. We could do it a little bit less. For example, we could do maybe, it really depends. Like this one section here is 260 pixels. And this one section here is about 90 pixels. So when we put that together, it should almost be something like 350 pixels. Let's refresh that once more, and that looks a little bit better. It's maybe not enough. We might need just a little bit more to finish it up. So I might just give it 10 more pixels, and that should be just about right. Now we're looking pretty good with this menu now. We can maybe add some hovers, and we'll also have a look at how the responsive elements work. But what I'd like to do now is work on this navigation section at the very top above it with the logo and make a reservation and social icons. So let's move on to that. So with these 3 sections here, we already have the logo. So what I might do is we might jump over here into the header section, and we'll start making up the code to create this and make it happen. Now this section up here, if we have a look at where it actually exists in our wrapper, let me just move this over here. We can take a look. So we've got our main wrapper here for the site navigation, and it's in the top header holder. So what we're going to do is we're just going to browse in here. This is the section for that. And if we have a look, we're going to have this in 3 layers. We're going to have this layer here for the logo, the make reservation, and the social icons. But this section here is about a 1/3. This section here is about 2/3. And this section here is just the leftover space really. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start off with the logo dash holder. And this is where we'll place our logo in general. Then the next section here is a reservation holder. So let's put reservation dash holder. And in here, we'll have the rest of the content. And finally, we'll have social media holder. Great. So with the reservation holder, we'll also need some text in here. We've got the phone number, the address and the make reservation button. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the reservation button here, and I'll just put in the text here. And for the contact information, which is just over here, we've got the phone and the address. I'm gonna just do contact holder here, and I'm gonna put in over a phone and an address in here, address, and we can just copy paste those straight in. So I'm just gonna copy over the number over here, and later these can be A tags, but I like to start everything off with div tags because it makes it a little bit easier. I'm gonna save that, and we'll just take a look at the contents in there, and it is. We're just gonna have to stylize this a little bit to get it started. And finally, we also have these social buttons here on the right, and those are just generic social buttons with a bit of text shadow. But what I'm gonna do for those is I'm just gonna create them as font awesome icons. So the first one is Instagram and the second one is Facebook. So let's do that here. We'll do I, and for this I, we'll do an FA-Facebook, and also FA-FA Instagram, I think it is. And that should get them up and running. Let's refresh and make sure they're there. So they're there at the very top. Now the next thing we want to do is make sure that this is all inside of a container. So I'm gonna put a container in here. And when we do that, they'll just make sure that they're utilizing the same space that everything else is. So you can see that's utilizing that space there. Next, we want to make sure that this is sort of centered. We've got a little bit of padding here at the top and a bit of padding here at the bottom. And if we take a look at this, this is just about 50 pixels on the top and bottom. So what I might do is over here in our theme, for the top holder that we have here, we're going to do a padding top of 50 pixels and a padding bottom of 50 pixels as well. We'll save that and refresh, and we'll be able to see that this should pop up nicely in the center. So hopefully it does. Let me just double check. So we've got the section there, top header holder. Let's make sure that we don't have any mistakes there. No, that looks all good. And there we've got our padding being applied. Now the next thing is to create this nice logo as well as these 3 columns. So if we take a look at this, we do have a container here. And what I want to be able to do for this container is to be able to create maybe a row or a column or something that works a little bit better. So sometimes what's useful is to actually use the bootstrap row system. So here, for example, we could do column dash or column dash 4, and we'll put that in there. And then in here, we'll do column dash maybe 8, and maybe we'll actually make this 6, and we'll put that in here. And then finally, this one here might not have any columns, so I'll just do that as column dash nothing. And we'll put the content in there. So let's see how that looks. I'm going to refresh it, and we can see that it's utilizing those spaces a little bit better how we want. Now the next thing is to do the logo over here. So here we've got a logo holder, and inside our CSS, I'm going to want to do some stuff around that. So I'm going to create a logo. And for this logo, if you take a look at the width and the height, we can see the width is about 275 pixels. So let's do width 275 pixels. The height can be anything in particular because it should automatically resize. And a better way sometimes to do this is actually to pull in the logo as an image itself. So we could put in an image in here, and we could pass in the path to our logo. So we take a look at our logo right now. It actually exists here in images, and it's an SVG. So I'm going to rename this here to logo.svg, and we're going to pass that in here. Now, to be able to pass it in properly, we're also going to have to pass in the path for the WordPress theme there. and sorry, the WordPress theme there. And to do that, we're going to use a PHP syntax. The syntax we're going to use for that is actually called get template directory URI, and that passes in the path for the template. And then after that, we just pass in image/logo, and in here we'll put the back beach logo, and that should be it. We could possibly put in a width here, and I usually like to put in 100% just so that it resizes accurately. The only issue with that is sometimes it's a little bit too big, and that's an issue we're facing in this case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 275 pixels, and that should fit in accurately there. So we can see it's fitting in quite well now. Now what we can do is we can look at sizing up and spacing out this other content here we have for the design. So let's see how we can do that, right? So we've got this section here for make reservation, and this is a 38 pixel with a specialized font here. Let's see if we can create that. So this is actually the reservation button. So I'm going to do this here, reservation button, and we're going to style that. This will be our font family, which is just this one here. It's a font size, and if we check the font size from the design, we can see it's 38 pixels regular. We'll pass in 38 pixels, and let's just start off with that. So I'm just going to double check that the class name is the same, because sometimes my spelling is a little bit off. Reservation, I think that's spelled correctly. And essentially we're going to refresh this, and we can see that it's taken effect. So that's looking pretty cool. What we're also going to do is we're going to make this little outline, and it's using this border of the primary color. So I think we've got the primary here, sorry, a secondary color. So we're going to do a border of 1 pixel. I think it's dotted with this secondary color. And if we take a look, there it is. The only other thing it needs to be display inline block. And that's starting to look a little bit better. If we take a look here, we can see it's got a little bit more padding. So to apply that additional bit of padding, we're just going to do it in here. So we'll do padding, maybe something like 0.5 and 1 EM. So let's refresh that and have a look. So that's looking a little bit better. The padding might be a little bit too much, so I'm going to actually halve that. And if we refresh once more, we can see that it's taking effect much better now. We also have a slight border radius on there, and the border radius looks like about, not much. Border radius might be about 0.125 EM. And I'm just doing this by eye, but maybe it's a little bit more. So maybe it's 0.25 EM. I'm going to refresh that, and that looks much better now. And what we could do now is we could add a hover state in here. And for this hover state, I'm going to do a background here. And we'll set the background as that secondary color. And we'll make the color of the text go white in comparison. And the only other thing I want to do here is maybe add a transition of 0.25 seconds ease on all of the properties here on CSS. So now if we refresh, we get this really nice hover effect, and that's starting to look really good. I'm gonna do the cursor here as pointer, and the text decoration as none. We're gonna change this into an A tag, and we're not gonna give it a path yet, but it'll build the building blocks for that button. So if we take a look now, it's looking really good. We can have a look at styling out the address and phone number now. The address and the phone number both have icons. It's got an icon here of a phone and a pin. So we're gonna create both of these. We're just gonna jump over here, and I'll just do an i.fa/phone. And we'll copy this across, and we'll do here the same for the address, but for the address we'll pass over a pin instead. And I might just do a map to start off with, because I can't remember what the pin is in terms of the name there. But let's save that. And for the contact holder, I'm going to start styling this as well. So in here, I'm just going to put contact holder and I'll do font size. And I think these are a little bit smaller. Let's take a quick look. It's actually 18 pixels. So I'll do 18 pixels in here and save that. And let's see if there's anything else. The icons themselves have that secondary color. So in here for an FA class, I'm gonna pass in the color of primary. And each one of these will also be a tag. So for this, I'm gonna set the color here as primary and the FA color as secondary. Let's save that and reset these to a tags with an empty link to start off with. And this should get us started. Let's save that and have a look at what we've got. So we can see now they exist in there. We'll have to add a little bit of padding, but we're almost there finishing this section up. So what I'm gonna do is over here for the A tag, I'm just gonna do a display of inline block. And I'm also gonna give it a little bit of maybe margin here on the right of maybe 0.5 EM, just so that it has a little bit of padding. We almost might have the same amount of padding here on the bottom as well, just so it's got a little bit of padding between that button. Yeah, so that's looking okay. It needs to have a little bit more padding there at the bottom, so I'm just gonna refresh that once more. And maybe a little bit more padding there on the right. So let's refresh that once more as well. That's looking really good now. The only other thing is that we might want to center it to the bottom. And to do that, we'll have to align all the items here in the row to the bottom of the thing. So I think that's something like align items end, something like that. Let me give that a shot. Yep. So that seems to have done it. And now we just need to style out these social icons, and we'll almost be done with the header, which is pretty cool. So for these social icons, they're actually quite large, and we might have to put in some A tags in here just because there'll be links eventually. So let's do that. And for now, they won't have any links per se, but we can start styling them. So over here, I might do a slightly larger font size. So these are, let's see how large these are. In terms of height, they're about 50 pixels. So I'll do a font size of 50 pixels here. If we resize that, we can see that's taken effect. And the only other thing I need to do now is maybe make the A tags have a color of secondary and also a text decoration of none, just so that they don't have that underline when we hover over them. What we might want to do though, is when we do hover over them, we could give them a slightly different color. And we could do this by doing a darker color of maybe something like 10 to 15%. And I think that should do it. Let's give it a shot. I think it's darken. Darken being the CSS parameter in Sass that we can utilize, but looks like that's taken effect and that's looking good. So now we've got that header done. For the logo there, we don't have a link. So normally on the logo, you want to have a link for that. So I'm just gonna do a link where it goes to the root directory. And for the logo holder itself, I'm gonna do that as a display of block. Block should do. So let's refresh that once more, and that's looking good. And now what we can do is play around with the responsive design for this, because if we take a look, the responsive design is the next important part to make sure that this website works well. So when we're getting down here to a tablet view, we're going to have to change up how the menu and some of these items work so everything fits in, as well as when we go to the mobile design. And that's a really important thing for any website. We can see that the entire interface here changes a little bit when we go to the mobile interface, where the logo is actually now placed here in the middle, the menu up at the top and a button here at the bottom. So we might take a look at that later. But to start off with, let's just make sure that our interface is working on different mobile responsive levels. So we resize it right now. You can see that it makes it to that slightly smaller viewport a little bit better, but some of these menu items aren't fitting in very well. So we'll have to play around with that. Then when we get to this point over here, the menu has been collapsed, but we don't have a button yet for that. But this is where I suppose we'll have to have a look at these buttons and this section essentially fitting in a little bit better. And then finally, when we get to this responsive viewport, it doesn't work at all. So we're really going to have to play around with this to make sure that it works on all these sizes. And the first one here is on this laptop size. And to get that working a little bit better, I think we're going to have to jump in here and have a look at what's going on. Here we've got a font size of 22 for the menu items, whereas here we've got a font size of 20, and we've got a little bit less padding in between. So normally what I like to do is I like to define my responsive breakpoints up here. So we'll do XL, LG, MD, and maybe SM. So LG, XL, MD, and these are sort of the breakpoints that Bootstrap uses. And we can define these and have a look at what they are, but I'm gonna just pull them in from what Bootstrap uses. If you want to know the actual variables for this, you can find them in src, sass, bootstrap, in variables.css. But I'm going to copy these across and we're going to reuse some of these for our app. So XL will just be 1440 pixels. LG here will be 992. MD here will be 768 and SM will be 576 pixels. And what we can do is we can actually start using these as media queries now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to save this and we're going to scroll down here on our header main. And we're going to go here to our navigation. We're going to modify this by doing a media query with max width, and we'll pass in that variable there. And what we're going to do is we're going to reduce the font size down here to 20 pixels, and we'll reduce the padding as well as a little bit, maybe to 1 EM and 0.33. So that way when we refresh the design now and we go down to that lower breakpoint, we can see that the menu has updated as well. So everything can fit in accurately now, which is cool. We can start doing this for all the elements of the design. So let's start going through and doing this. The next thing we'll want to do is create this tablet size viewport. And this is a little bit lower where we're getting rid of the menu, but we're creating a button at the top here that people can select, as well as changing up some of the styling here. So what we're going to do is we're going to resize it down to that viewport, and that's just about over here, I think. Let's do one lower, just about here, I think. Now, if we can see that, we can see that currently this button design has to get a lot smaller. We're gonna get rid of the address there. We're just gonna keep the phone number. And finally, these two icons, which are currently on the right, we're gonna move them to the center. And then on the right-hand side here, we're going to place the button for making the mobile menu appear. And finally, we can see that this menu here, we're going to have to get rid of these two lines that are appearing. We might have to change around how that works. So to start off with, let's just have a look at getting rid of these two icons here on the right and moving them to the left. So what we're going to do is we'll jump here into this section here where we have the social media holder. We'll create another one over here. And currently, if we want this to appear, we want it to be next to the phone numbers. So the phone numbers are just here as A tags. And I'm going to put in a second social media holder here, but I'm going to rename this to maybe something like tablet, just so that it has a bit more definition here. Then in our CSS, we can jump in here, and what we're going to do is we're going to find the current holder, which is just over here. And on media, on max width, and this is on the tablet view, which is actually on LG, we're going to display none on this one. And instead, what we're going to do is create a second one. And this second one will be more or less the same as this one here. Let's copy over this styling more or less. And we could do this in a number of ways. The very first one is we could do one here where we'll reuse this element and we'll do an and sign. And for this and sign, we'll set this one to normally be a display of none. But if we have the media query, we'll display it to block, not black, block. Great. And this one here, let's grab the tag for that. So that's just over here. And we'll paste that here, and we'll also paste that in here. So this way, both of these classes are playing the same styling, but this one here has some priority that's being applied. I'm gonna save that, and then I'm going to test it out. We've got our class in here, and I'm just gonna copy over the same sort of tags. And the end result should be that if we resize our page, they're on the right there, and when we resize it a little bit lower, we can see they pop up here on the left. So that's just about perfect. That's what we essentially want to happen. So now let's see if we can do some more around this. We'll style it a little bit so that it works a little bit better. So what we're going to do is for these social icons and for this section in general, we want this to actually be an inline block. So let's save that and refresh to see how that looks to start off with. Then on top of that, these icons are way too large. We need them to be a little bit smaller. So I'm just going to do 18 pixels so they're nice and small, and we can refresh and we can see that's taken effect as well. Then finally, we can also have a look at redoing the styling here for the two elements here, which is the phone number and the address. We take a look at the classes in here. We've got address here as a class, which is inside our contact holder. So here inside our contact holder, what I'm going to do is when we get to that responsive level, the address itself will be a display of none. So let's save that and refresh, and that should disappear. Now we've got the phone number, the social icons, and they all look like they seem to be working very well. So I'm pretty happy with that. The only thing that I'm missing here, I've noticed, is that all of these are bolded. So that's pretty easy to fix. I'm just going to fix that up right now. So over here where we've got the contact information, I'm just going to do font weight, and we'll set that to maybe 500 and give it a test. Make sure it's got that bolder version, maybe even 600. Let's refresh that, and that looks much better now. So now we've got these three elements on the page, and what we want to be able to do now is make this reservation button a bit smaller, and here it actually goes down to font size 18, whereas these icons here go down to 16. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to create a responsive element here where we'll change this font size from 18 down to 16. And then on top of that, we'll copy this over. And over here where we're setting, I think, the large reservation button, below here, we'll set this to a font size of 18 when we get to that viewport. The padding should adjust accordingly because we're setting those with EM values. So this should make it very easy for us. And when we refresh, we can see that's taken effect. The only thing is that it's not very centered right now, and this is because of the way we're doing our columns, and we can probably fix that up a little bit. So let's have a look at our columns right now. We've got 4 columns over here and 6 columns over here. And these items for the top header, where we're applying it, for the 6 columns, we're going to create a updated styling here. So let's put this in. We'll grab the class here that we're setting. So let's do col-6. And on that media viewport, we're going to do text align, and we'll set that to center. That should apply what we want it to do. So let's refresh, and we can see that now it's centered. So that's looking good. We just have a little bit too much margin there at the bottom now, and we can fix this up as well. So if we have a look where we were setting the margins, and I'm not sure if that was here on the button, or I think it might have been, yeah, here on the A tag. We're gonna set these margins a little bit differently now. So I'm going to set these margins here to override with maybe 0.5 EM. So they'll be about half of what they were before. So we'll refresh that once more, and they're fitting in there a little bit nicely, a little bit better. I'm pretty happy with that now. The only difference is this make reservation button could have some more padding on the left and right, but In terms of how it looks now, I think that should be okay. And now all we need to do is create this button here on the right. And to create this button, we're going to grab one that was pre-made. Sometimes we've got some pre-made buttons, and here's one for toggling that nav. And what I'm going to do is for this empty column at the very end here, I'm going to place it in here. And this is called navbar toggle. And it's got a navbar toggle icon on there. So I'm not too sure yet what that'll look like. But essentially what I want to be able to do is create some styling for it. So I'm just going to give it a border of 1 pixel solid blue and a background of red so that we can see it. Because right now I don't know exactly where it is. And there it is. It's just here on the right. So it's in the right place, but we want to change it up a little bit. So the first thing we want to do is put in the word menu in there. And the next thing is that we want these bars in there. So what I might do is I might just create a class called bar and copy that out 3 times and save it. And this is what we'll use. So let's put a class in here called bar with a height of maybe 2 pixels, maybe 4 pixels, I think. We'll do a border radius of 4 pixels as well. We'll do a background, and this background is a really light color. If I grab the color itself here, it's about 50% of this 5D color. So we can pass that in as RGBA. And I'll pass the color in here at 0.5% opacity. And finally, I'll add a bit of a margin to the bottom. So I'll do margin bottom, and we'll do that as 4 pixels as well. And finally, we've got the text. Now the text here is all capitalized, but it's font size 14 pixels. And it also is only, it's got a bit of a margin there at the top. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call this maybe menu-title. And in here, I'll pass in font size 14, margin top maybe 1 EM. And we'll pass this class here into our button. And where's our button going? Over here somewhere. Here it is. So I'll pass this as another div, and we'll put the menu in here. We'll also capitalize it, and we can do this by typing in text transform, and we're just going to do uppercase in this case. So let's save that and have a look at our design so far. So that's looking a little bit better. I'm going to remove the background and border from there so you guys can see it a little bit. And if we take a look at our design, it is a little bit larger than life comparing to what we have now. And we can fix that up. That's fine, because right now it's utilizing the size of our text, which is just over here. And it could utilize a bit more. We could also put in some padding, so maybe something like 1 EM of padding, and we'll also give it a bit of a hover state. So for the hover state, I might even reuse this background we're applying, but only do 25% opacity. So here we've got the menu, and that's looking a little bit better. Let's double check. So we also don't have any padding there at the bottom. So what I might do is I might just do the padding from the left and the right, but not from the bottom. So let's refresh that and make sure we put it in the right area, because I always get those confused. Great, so that's looking a little bit better now. I might also do some padding top. So I'll do padding top at 1 EM. And we'll also do a font weight of bold. So we'll do font weight maybe 600 here. So let's also refresh that, and that should start looking a little bit better. So I'm pretty happy with that. We could make it just the taddest bit larger. So here maybe I'll do a width, and this width maybe can be something like 4 EM. Let's try that out. So about 4 EM is a little bit too large. Let's try 3 EM, and 3 EM is almost perfect. It's still a little bit too large, so I'm gonna do 2.5 EM, and that's just about perfect. Now the only other thing here is that it looks like the bars are a little bit higher than what we have here, and we can simply just add a bigger margin here at the top. So I'm gonna do 2.5 EM again, and that should be just about perfect. So now we've got this design done here. We probably need a little bit more margin here from the top or at the bottom, but I think I'm pretty happy with that. We need to fix up some of the styling here for the menu now. And if we take a look, we're gonna have to change up how the height happens on here too. Right now we've got a huge padding here. So let's select this button first of all. We can see that the menu is coming in. So that's looking good, but we're having some issues here where our items are essentially being overlaid and not working well because that's pushing the negative margin in below, but we can fix that up, so that's okay. So great, let's move on to the next part. And I want to fix up how this menu opens and closes because I don't really like how that's happening right now. So over here, to make this a menu, not do this wonky overlay, we're gonna have to look at how the negative margin is being applied, because there's a negative margin that we're applying on this home banner, and we're actually applying here on the wrapper nav bar. So what I'm thinking is for this wrapper nav bar, where we're applying this negative margin, how about when we go to this responsive design, this responsive media level, we'll remove that. We'll take it out entirely and reset it back to 0. So I'm gonna save that and we're gonna refresh and see what happens. So has that saved? Let's double check. Okay, that has saved. And yeah, we can see that the image now is a lot further down. At the same time, for this image, which is just over here, we're gonna have to change this so that the background position for it is maybe from the top center, because I think currently there's no background position. So here I'm gonna set to bottom center. Let's refresh that once more and give that a shot. So over here it's looking good. Over here it's still a little bit too low. Let's swap these and give that another test and see if that makes a difference. So not particularly. What we could do sometimes is we could offset it from the top by maybe 500 pixels. So if I do that, we can see that that's looking a little bit better, but 500 pixels might be too much. So I'm gonna do negative 100 pixels. So that's getting closer. Let's try 400. So 400 is still too much. Let's do 200. Maybe that'll be a sweet point there for us. Yeah, 200 is getting closer. Let's try 300. 300 is getting closer again. The other thing I want to do is I want to remove this background of CCC. So I'm just going to remove that there. And I also want to remove that from the top here for the top header. We don't really want that. Great, so that's almost there. I'm gonna do 350. Maybe that'll get it a little bit closer to where you want it. And there, I think that's good now. And now, as we're resizing, we can see that it's fitting in nicely. And now if we hit menu, we can see the menu pops out nicely there as well. So let's make that a little bit smaller. Oh, that's odd. We've got a menu there and we don't want that. Why is that menu there? We'll take that out. So over here, where we've got the toggle for the menu, we'll make sure that it's a display of none unless we go to that LG viewport. So over here, I'm going to do display none, and then I'll just pass in this one here where we can display it back in, display block. Let's save that and refresh. So now it's gone. And it only appears when we get to this viewport. So that's looking much better now. Now if we hit menu, that's appearing. Otherwise, it's expanding back out normally. So slowly we're getting a bit better here for our design. If we keep going down to a mobile viewport, we're gonna have to redesign how this layout looks a little bit more. So let's go here on Adobe XD. Over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play around with these elements so I can get them to work a little bit better here for the mobile version. So let's have a look. With the mobile version, we've push the actual logo down below the breakpoint, and it's then pushing this button down as well. And these are two different elements, so it's almost like we're redesigning the entire section up here. So what I like to do in situations like this is I actually like to create new elements for these, because moving them about will actually be a little bit too difficult, and I can already think of some good ways we can do this, so let's take a look. The first thing I want to do is I want to still make the logo a little bit smaller here on our navigation, because it's still a little bit large. And if we take a look, we can see that inside our logo holder we're passing in the image, and this is our logo holder here. So what I'm going to do is on that LG size, I'm going to override the width, and over here I believe we're setting a width of 275 pixels. So we'll set this into our CSS over here, but when we get down to a lower viewport, maybe we'll set that a little bit smaller. And I'm just going to essentially edit this and save it with the new values over here. So we should see that apply, and this should update in a second, and we should see those changes. So let's just save that, and if we take a look now and resize it a little bit, yep, so we can see that it's bigger, and here it's getting a little bit smaller. So that's already looking a lot better. It's still a little bit too large. I might make that even a little bit smaller again. So there we go. And with that done, on this viewport as well, we've got a little bit too much padding, and I want to get rid of that padding too. Even on this section here, like here we're fine, but as soon as we get to this viewport, we really need to reduce some of the padding because it's way too much. So over here where I've got 50 pixels and 50 pixels, I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna reduce that down to 30 and 30, and we're gonna give that a refresh and give it a test. Let's refresh that and save, and let's see if that updates, because it should do. Let's have a look at our developer tools over here, and I'm just going to go over to this section. You can see that it has updated, but there is still a bit of content here below that's being applied. So what it is this manual height we're applying. So we're going to get rid of that and set it to auto. That way it'll just use up the space that we need it to. And that should be the final change there. So now when we're going to that viewport, it's fitting in much better. So that's really good. And here we'll expand out the menu, and that's working well too. All right, so now we want to do the mobile version, and to be able to do that properly, we're gonna create one more viewport here. And this viewport will be the collapsed version of the menu, where we're essentially making it look a little bit like this. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the button here, and I'm also going to get rid of the reservation button. I'm going to jump into the code over here, and here where we're setting the logo holder, I'm going to get rid of that completely, and I'm going to create a new viewport here, and this is the MD viewport. And here I'm going to make it a display of none. And this will make essentially the logo disappear when we get down to this next level. This is what we want. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this menu as well. And to do that, I'm just going to copy over the same text here. And I'm going to place this here in our navbar toggle. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an extra class for it. And this class I might do... I might leave it as is. So let's save that, and that should get rid of this menu here, and that's going to disappear. So all we have left now is this reservation, this phone number, and these social icons. But if we take a look, all we really need is just the mobile number itself. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to get rid of the big button over here. So let's get rid of that. This reservation button can go, so we're going to make it disappear on display MD, and let's refresh that, and we can see it's gone. Let's make that a little bit smaller. Yep, so that's gone. And now we're just going to get rid of the social buttons. And the social buttons over here, they're FA social buttons, but we've got this section here, social media tablet holder. So let's find that. And that's just over here. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy over that same script here, which essentially makes the display none on the MD viewport. We're going to paste this in below the LG one, so that should get rid of that. All we're left with is now this top header. But this top header, we want to modify that as well. If we have a look here, it's only got a little bit of padding and the order of the content is a little bit different as well. So to be able to do that, we'll jump in here and we'll copy over these paddings that we're setting in. In this case, we're just going to do about 15 pixels on the top and on the bottom. So let's take a look at what that seems like. So that's over here. And on the bottom there, we still have a little bit too much room. This is because this one here is seemingly using a bit of extra room there for this last column. So what I'm going to do is I'm also going to make this empty column disappear when we get down to this viewport. So I'm going to refresh that. That should disappear. If it doesn't, we'll just double check what's going on there. And if we jump in here, we'll go to the phone number here. So that's looking good. This one's gone now. So we just have this single column, and this one here with column 4, that should disappear as well. So I'm gonna get rid of that. We'll do display none here too. So we are left with just the phone number here, but there's some weird padding happening here. Not too sure why that is. Maybe it's the line height. Let's set the line height to 1 and give that a refresh and see if that fixes it up. Maybe not. Maybe that doesn't. It's a margin. We're adding in a margin here at the bottom, and that's causing it to go a little wonky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all this content, and then I'm going to jump in here to these social icons, and I think that's just over here. And when we get down to this viewport, I'm going to get rid of any margins we're applying, because at this stage we don't need any. So that should clear it up, and now it's nicely here in the center. Finally, if we take a look at this actual column here, it's off in the center, but we're not using the other two columns. So I might redesign how these columns work. We might be able to do something a little bit different here. So I guess we'll have these break at about the MD level, and if we do it like this, then essentially it should just go back here and use up the full width. So that looks like it's working just fine. The only thing I want to do is just make sure that it's working on all viewports, and we can see that something's been broken there. And that's because of the way that these are working. I haven't labeled them properly, so I believe I've mislabeled them. They're meant to go like this. So let's fix that up. And I'm just gonna save that and refresh, and that's working well now. So now as we get smaller and smaller, when we get to this viewport here, it's using the full width. And now all we need to do is add in the menu here at the very top right, and we've almost finished up the design here for our mobile responsive version, which is cool. Let's create this menu now. So if we take a look at the current button we have, we might copy over some of that syntax to create the new one. And on top of that, we'll need to place it right next to our phone number. So our phone number is just over here in our contact holder. We're making everything else basically invisible, but what we're gonna do is inside this contact holder, we might change how it works. Maybe we'll add the button even right in here, but we'll change up the design for this. So here where it's a navbar toggle, we might relabel this to navbar toggle mobile, or maybe we'll just pass in mobile or MD view. And in this version for the MD view, let's double check first, because it should disappear. Let's find where we've got the class for it. I think it's just somewhere up here. Nav bar. There it is, nav bar toggle. Let's make it visible again so that we can see it. And we'll probably have two of them pop up. That's okay. And what we want to do is for the one with MD view, we'll do that as a display block, but the regular one will make it disappear. And that should be okay. We'll refresh the page over here. And here we can see it is, but we can apply some additional styling to it now. So the first thing I'd like to do is for the, where is the section here? For the contact holder, where we've got this social stuff, we want to change up, here it is, how this one is working. So in this case, at this MD level, I want this to be a display of flex. This should make it next to each other. Then we're going to do a justify content and we'll do space around, I think it is. This should push them from side to side. I think it's actually space between, and this should push them to either corner. So that's looking a little bit better. And if we double check our design, we're also going to change how those bars and text work too. So we want that to be more or less the same as in our design. Let's move this across here and we'll use this as a reference. And what we're going to do is we're going to jump back in here to that button and we're going to do a display of flex for it. And this should make the bar section work a little bit better. Where are the bars? We'll paste these into their own div just so that they don't fully collapse. And that should keep them nice and even. I hope that's the right one that I'm doing over here. I believe it is, so let's refresh that. So that's looking a little bit better. Now, the other part to that is in this case, the title is actually coming first. So let's move the title in first here and the bars will come second. So that should be a little bit better. The bars are also way too large for this responsive viewport. So I'm gonna grab these bars over here and paste them in, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna change the width and height of them to maybe 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels. The width for them maybe can be 1 EM and the margin bottom can be 0.5 EM. So let's give that a refresh and see what we get. That's looking all good besides the margin from the bottom, which maybe we'll just do to 2 pixels. Let's refresh that and it's looking a little bit better. I might actually push everything up to 3 pixels because it looks like it needs a little bit more space. And that looks much better now. And for this display of flex, let's make sure that that's actually working properly because it feels like it's not. Let's have a look over here. What is happening? So in here, we've got this nav bar. We've got this section here where we've got the divs coming in first and the title coming in second. And if we refresh that now, we've got the menu coming in first, but there's a lot of margin here from the top. So we're going to remove that. So we'll pass in title, margin top, and we'll set that back to 0 pixels. And now if we take a look at our design and our content here, it should be a little bit better. I think, that's called menu title. So let's fix up that CSS there. If we refresh that, that's looking much better now. The other thing we can do is we were placing in padding here before. So we could fix up some of this padding too. We could actually remove most of it. And instead we do padding bottom can be maybe 0.5 EM. Otherwise everything else can be, actually we could do everything to 0.5 EM. So let's refresh that and that's looking much better now. And finally we'll just do a margin right here on the title. We may do that at 0.5 EM as well. So let's refresh and take a look at that. So that looks good. And finally we'll do justify content to center in here. And that should just align it so it's a little bit better off. Sorry, that should be align item center. I'm going to refresh that once more, and there we go. So that's nice and centered now. If we take a look at our design, we're almost there. This might need to be slightly larger in size. It's 18 pixels here, so I'm just going to push that up to 18 pixels. And that should stand out a little bit better. So that's looking good. And this phone number here, I think this is going to also have to be pushed up to 18 pixels. So let's find where that's being set. And I think that's being set somewhere in the social media area. Let's double check what the current size is. And that is the contact holder A tag. So let's find the contact holder. This is the A tag, and I'm going to push this font size up. So what we'll do is we'll copy this media query, make an empty one, and push it back up to 18 pixels here. Let's save that, refresh, and we're almost done now. The only other thing I want to do is make sure that this menu isn't sort of pushing the phone number out as much as it is, because right now the phone number is being affected by this menu and its position. And I don't like that it is. And there's a few ways we could do this. We could remove some of the padding or add a negative padding section there for that button. I think that's what I'll do, because that seems like the simplest solution in this case. So back over here, I'm just going to do a margin of -0.5 EM. That should put it in the right spot. Yep. So now that's fitting in nicely. Great, so that's our mobile responsive section there done. Now we're just gonna have to clean up this one over here, because this button shouldn't be visible if we're not in the MD view. So over here, I'm just gonna do a display of none if there's an MD version of it. And that should get rid of it. Great, so now as we collapse our website, we get to this smaller viewport, our menu is popping up here. So that's exactly what we wanted, and that's looking good now, just like our design here. So now what we need to do is we need to put this logo and this reservation button in below the heading of our website. So let's do that. So for the logo, I'm going to actually copy over the one we had previously over here, and we're simply going to create a new section here inside of our container. We might even create a new div entirely, and we'll call this mobile logo holder. And for this, we'll have it invisible until we get to a mobile viewport. So let's actually create this class up here above. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just do a display. Maybe I'll just do a border of 1 pixel solid red, so we can see it to start off with. It should pop up any second now. And what we're missing is the logo itself. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pass an image here, and we'll do a width of maybe 100%. Let's give that a refresh, and that should pop up with the logo. And if it doesn't, then I must be doing something wrong, but let's keep refreshing until it works. But the problem is our previous class here might be killing it. So I'm gonna remove this class, I think, and if we refresh that, we can see that it's popping up in there. We'll also take out the height, and hopefully that should just fill out the full space, which it does. Of course, that's a little bit too large. We might make it a little bit smaller. So let's jump back in here. And what we're gonna do is, let's just find it. And in here, I might do 66% to start off with. That's a little bit better. And we'll also do text align to CentOS, just so that that's centered. I'm gonna remove the border there, but that's already looking a little bit better. And I might do one more breakpoint here, and this one will be for the SM level. And when we get here, we might do a width of about 100%, just so that it fills out properly. We might not be able to see it on this viewport because this is as small as I can get Chrome to go, but that's if we do get any smaller. So that's looking good. Now we also want this button over here, and we can again reuse that same sort of syntax. So first of all, if we expand this out, let's just make sure, all right, we're getting 2 logos here. So let's make sure we display none to this specific logo, and we only make it appear on the MD level. So in here, we'll do a display of block. Let's refresh that, and that's fixed up. And as we get smaller and smaller, it's not there. We've done something wrong. Let me double check. Actually, I think that's fine. I just didn't save the CSS, so that's actually working just perfectly. So now as we resize, we've got our navigation up and running. And the only thing I want to do now is add in the button here that we have for making a reservation. So let's do that. We're going to copy over the button we had last time here in the column design. So let's just find that one. I think that's somewhere here in the middle. Here it is, make a reservation. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place that more or less in the same spot as we have everything else. So I'm gonna actually place that here below the image. And I may place that in a div just so that it's separated out, and I'll place this one in a div too, because sometimes A tags are essentially inline and they can cause some issues because of that. So this reservation button here, I'm going to call this reservation button dash mobile. And let's find this in our CSS. So what we're doing is, if it's got a mobile here, we'll keep this as display block. And let's just save this and refresh. We should see it pop up in a second. We'll just save it in here too. And there we go. So if we expand it out, it's only visible when we get down to that viewport. So that's looking really good. The button itself looks like it's a little bit bigger here, maybe not. Not sure if that's just me or not. So yeah, so we've got the button there now, and we are going to need to give it a little bit of a margin there from the logo. So I'm just going to give it a margin of about 15 pixels maybe. Let's have a look what it is here. Maybe 10 pixels. Not much, but just the barest hint. And we might do the same here for the logo. So where the logo is, it's actually an image up here. Where's it gone? Logo. Or maybe it was on the image tag that we were setting it previously. So here it is. We might give it a margin of top and bottom 10 pixels and 10 pixels. And here I'll do 66% and 85% because I think 100 might be a little bit too much. And yep, so that's looking much better now. When we select the button, that looks really good. So I'm pretty happy with that. There. The actual line for the menu, we can see it's actually above this section for the logo and everything like that. So we might have to change up how that works. Let's have a look. So we could just move the whole section out of here, and we could put it outside of the wrapper altogether. If we do that, we'll still have this line above, but this section we're going to have to move the CSS out as well if we want to do that. So we're going to have to play around with it a little bit, but let's fix that up a little bit. So I'm just going to move it in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to move this whole section outside of the wrapper nav bar. But now, because it's defined out of here, some of these items that we've defined earlier, such as this reservation button, we're also going to have to pull that out. So I'm going to pull it out. I'm going to place it in here. Let's save that and refresh, and that should pop up in there. Since this isn't in a container, we're going to have to put that into a container as well. So that'll just give it some padding there on the left and the right, so that looks a little bit better. And then the menu is working a little bit better there as well. And let's resize everything and just make sure that it's all fitting in well. And now finally, we've essentially made this design work really well. The menu over here, we'll just have to change out the border that we're applying. So I think that's, where's that? If we have a look for the border, we were setting it, I think, in the tag over here. So what I'm gonna do is at let's do that media query again. This time we'll do it on the MD level, and when we get to the MD level, the border at the top can go. We'll just set that to 0 pixels. Let's save that, and that'll just be 1 pixel now. So now we expand it out, it's looking a lot better. And as we resize this, we're essentially getting the right look and feel for it. And yeah, no, that looks really good. So I'm happy with that now. This is the design for the header, and it's working perfectly on all viewports, and it's the same as our design here. So this is the very first step of this website, and now we can take a look at doing the second part. And the second part will be doing this hero banner over here, and this will include the dining menu, the lunch menu, and the functions menu, as well as this big call to action. So all these will be part of this second part. So what I'm going to do first is create this dining experience text, and this is a H1 piece of text here in our template-home. I'll create a H1 tag here, and I'm just gonna pass in the text. So let's copy that out and paste it in there. So we should see that pop up. It's not in the right place, and we'll just position this ourselves using some CSS. I'm gonna break down this area, and I'm gonna put this H1 tag in here. Now for this section here, I'm gonna do a font size of, I think it's about 100 pixels. Let's double check. It's 100 pixels, and it's got this font family in here as well. So let's pass in font family, and we'll pass in this one over here, which is the great font. So let's save that and take a quick look, and that should apply. So there it is. Now let's see if there's anything else we need to do here. We do need to place a little bit there on the bottom. So what I'm going to do is with this section here, I'm going to do a display of flex, and I'm gonna justify, no, maybe I'll do a flex direction of column, and we'll do justify content on flex end, I think it is. So let's save that and refresh and see if that applies. It should end up near the bottom. So looks like that's worked. Let's see how that's looking in terms of our home banner. So there's our home banner. Now our home banner here, it's gonna need to be a little bit smaller, I'm thinking. So we can fix that up. We'll resize it here on the LG level, and maybe we'll just make it 800 pixels. So let's save that, but let's expand it out a little bit as well, just so we see what it looks like on the full width. So on the full width, it's sort of there, but it's not inside the container. So to put it inside, we'll just create a container class. Let's save it in there. That should look a little bit better. It should be centered now. We'll also need to give it some padding there from the bottom. Now we also have this sort of gradient, I suppose it is. And this gradient sort of flows into a white color, and it's halfway through our beach section there. So we'll need to put that in there too. Let's have a look at the height of this. This is about 230 pixels. So just here where we've got the home banner, we'll create an after section. And this is after the DOM element. And in here we'll do a content of empty, display of block, and a height of 230 pixels. And we'll do a background of red just so that we can see it at the start. We'll give it a maybe a position of absolute and a position of bottom 0, left 0, and right 0. Let's refresh and see if that appears. So there it is. It's not exactly looking the way we want yet, so we'll do a linear gradient starting from RGB white at 0, going to RGB white at opacity 1. And we'll get this to go from the top to bottom. So let's refresh that and see if that works. Or maybe we just do 2 bottom, I think it is. So we'll save that. And refresh, and no, we're making a bit of an error there. That's because I've put this into the RGB, so that's the wrong place. We'll put this outside. And let's refresh that again. And there we go. We've got our background linear gradient there, but the text is sort of in the wrong place. We need it to be one level up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it a position of relative, and I think that should push it to the front there. So let's refresh and have a look. We might need to give it a Z index. So I might give it a Z index of something a bit higher. Maybe 1000 should do it. So let's refresh, and now it's above. The other thing here for this H1 bit of text is that we'll need some padding there from the bottom. So I'm going to give it a padding bottom of maybe half of what we're applying in the after section. So 115 pixels. Let's apply that and hit save. And now it's sort of there in our element halfway through. So that's looking pretty good. If we take a look over here, we're going to have to next add these 3 elements here. But before we do that, I just want to make sure that the responsive design for a dining experience works well. Here we're dropping it to 72. Here we'll be dropping the font width and height to 48. And here the font size is 36. So let's apply these figures. Over here where we've got the H1 tag, we'll do add media query, max width, and we'll pass in the LG tag. Here we'll set the font size to 72 pixels. We'll copy over this a couple of times to do an MD and an SM. And I think the MD here was, what was it, 48? So let's pass that in. And for the SM, it was 36. Let's save those, and we're going to copy these across as well and redo the height here. Now this height can be a little bit smaller, maybe 100 pixels here. Over here maybe it can be 150, and over here maybe even just 100 in general, or maybe 125. Finally, the padding there from the bottom can reduce each time as well. So in this case maybe it's only 100. Then on the MD viewport, maybe we'll do that at 75 pixels. And over here, finally, we might do that at 50, maybe 60 pixels. Let's do 60 pixels. Let's save that, refresh, and let's slowly resize this and see what it looks like. That's looking good. We're having some breaking of the element there, if we can see that. What I might do is, in order for us to be able to see our body a little bit better, I'm going to do a max height here, or maybe just a height in general, and I'm going to set this to maybe 8000 pixels, just so that we're always on the same side of our page. So now as we're resizing, we can see what's going on a little bit better. Now what I want to do is I want to use this XL viewport and break it a little bit earlier. So I'll do LG and MD like that, and we'll break these elements up a little bit earlier. Let's do that, and that in there. And I'll do the same here for the padding. And these ways they just break at one viewport earlier. So let's refresh that once more, and I'll start resizing that. Make sure that's actually applied. Yep. Has, so let's refresh. Great, so that's looking good. Now the only thing we need to do is fix up the height here for this image, because it's getting way too big. Over here it's only 500 pixels or so, and over here it's only 600, and finally over here it's about 1200. So it's quite a big jump between each viewport. So what I'm going to do is let's create this media query here. And maybe here I'll do 650 pixels. This can be 450 pixels, and this is the MD. And finally for SM, we'll do 350 pixels. So let's save that and see what it looks like. We'll refresh our page here. We'll start resizing it. Great, so there's a little bit smaller. I feel like that needs to get much smaller though. So over here, where we've got LG, I'm gonna push that down to XL. Just see what that looks like. I'll just push all the elements down actually. So let's refresh that and see what happens. So here, all right, that doesn't seem to be working at all how I want it to work. I don't know what we've done here, but we're gonna have to play around with it. The rest seems okay in terms of a dining experience. It's just the way this image is working. It's not really. So to fix this up, I guess we can do a number of options, but we take a closer look at it. The very first thing, I'm losing that after content. So let me just quickly fix that up. I'll set position relative and that should come back. Now we've lost our menu, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump back up here to our menu and give that also a position of relative. That should make it pop back up. We might even need to give it a Z index. So let's give that a Z index of maybe 2000 just so that it's on top of everything. There we go. Now we've got a bit of cutting happening at the top there, so what I might do is I might create another after option here, and in this case we'll do it from the top. So I'm just going to do top here and top there, and we should be able to reuse the same content otherwise. And here I'm just going to do this as a before section, so let's refresh that. Now we can see it's sort of blending in from the top there. And now as we're resizing, that's looking a little bit better now. So I'm almost happy with that. We could probably make the height here a lot smaller. Let's see what's happening here with the height. So with this height here, I think what's happening on this MD level is we've got too much of a negative margin, too much of a negative content applying to the background image. So here we have our background image with a size of cover. And I suppose when we're adding size cover here and center top, just about this LG viewport, I think we might have to set this to bottom. Let's give that a shot and refresh, see if that looks better. Yeah, that's looking better. So let's resize, yep. And then just over here, that looks much better. All right, so we've done most of that now. I feel like the font size shrinks down a little too fast, so I'm actually gonna shrink that down slower. So here I'll do it LG, this can be MD, and this can be SM. That way the font sizes can still stay a little bit bigger. And let's resize that so that looks good. Maybe not. Maybe it does need to be shrunken down a little bit, but maybe not so much. Maybe I'll just do this to 90 pixels on XL. And here it can be 72 pixels again. Beautiful. So let's refresh that. That's better. So as we go down the viewports, that's fitting in well. That's fitting in well. Yep. So that seems to fit in on most of them. So I'm pretty happy with that. We could probably make the sizing just a little bit smaller for these two viewports, because here it's getting a little bit too big. Let's double check the height on the banner there. It's 350 pixels, so I might reduce this down to 300. Let's refresh that. So that's a little bit better. Here I think that's just about fine. So most of those are perfectly fine. Let's have a look at our examples here. Yeah, no, those are good. So I'm happy with that. Let's expand this out a little bit more. Yep, so that's working perfectly. Let's expand this out. That looks good. Great, so that's our hero banner there. And we've got a dining experience. And now all we need to do is add these call to actions, which are in these large buttons. We've got dining, lunch, and functions. And we also have this back to top, but we might add that in at the very end. Now these are inside our container here, and they're about 360 pixels. And they're quite interesting. We'll see how we can create those. So we'll jump here into our home and we'll create a new home call to action. And in here we'll do a container. And here we'll pass in a row. And for this row, we'll do a column LG, maybe 4 sizes for the column there. And we'll do a circle here. Maybe we'll call this a call to action. And this can be our circle, which will be 360 pixels. So What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this class and we'll jump into our CSS now. And we'll just paste this class in. And here our call to action, we'll paste this in as well. Now for this, we've got a few elements we'll want to do here, but the first thing is we'll want to do a border radius of about 50% and a background of maybe the primary color, just so that we can see that. The width for this can be dynamic, and maybe we'll do a padding bottom of 100%. So the width right now, yeah, like I said, it should be dynamic. So let's save that and test it out and see what we get. So we do get that circle there. That's looking good. We'll have to create 3 more. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy over these 4 columns. So we'll have 3 circles now. And we're going to have to change up how they're designed here. So to do that, we're going to maybe create an item in here called image. And this will actually be the image we're using. So in this case, let's, for example, pull out this image here. To do that, I'm going to right click and add it in Photoshop, and this will let us export it out and resize it so it's the right size and fit it in here. It needs to be about 360 pixels, but I usually try to do double that simply so that it's responsive. So what we'll do is here in Photoshop, I'm just going to check the image size, and if we do this in pixels, we'll see it's a little bit too big. We're just resize this to maybe 600 pixels, and after that, sometimes I like to do auto contrast and auto color, but in this case we probably don't need to do that. Finally, I'll export it, and I'm just going to do it as a JPG, and we'll hit save for that. We'll call it call to action -1, and I'm just going to replace the file I created earlier here with this. And this way you should be able to start using this one in our example here. But to do that, we'll first have to create this div called image. I'm just going to create it straight here in the home section on our first section. I'll pass an image here, and I'm going to have to make sure that I can create this okay. So what I'm thinking of doing is possibly creating something with maybe a padding bottom of 100%, width of maybe 100% as well. And then finally what we can do is a margin. Oh, maybe we'll leave the margin for the time being, but what I'll do is a background color of red, just so that we can see that in there. So I'm going to refresh that, and here it is, but it's making our content here a little bit wacky. So the next thing we can do is we can actually set the call to action as a position of relative. And this image here, for example, can be a position of absolute. You can set this to be from the top at 15 pixels and from the left at 15 pixels. And let's have a look at how this looks, maybe from the right at 15 pixels too. So we'll remove the width at 100% there and bottom at 15 pixels. Let's refresh that and see the sizing there. So that's okay. I might even remove the padding bottom there, and that should align it more accurately. And now we can do a border radius. And for this border radius, I'm going to do that at 50% again. And that should fill out the corners. Now, if we have a look here and see how much spacing we have between these elements, it's actually 30 pixels. So I'm going to increase this up to 30 for each one of these. And we'll refresh that once more, and we can see that that's fit in well there. So now all we need to do is pass in the image. So instead of a background color, I'm going to do a background image. And in this case, I'm just going to pass in a URL. So I'm going to pass an image call to action-1.jpg. We'll do a background size of cover and a background repeat of no repeat. So let's save that and refresh, and it should pop up in there, which it has. So now if we take a look, that's looking good. We can just fix up some of the colors and reuse some of this, but I also want to add in this dining menu. And this dining menu sort of exists a little bit there from the bottom, just about 45 pixels, and it's off the center there as well. So we're going to do that as a title object. So I'm going to create a class in here. So let's jump here into our template home. And for this image, I'll add another div in here called title. And this title here, I'm just going to copy over this text which says dining menu. It's a font size of about 30 pixels. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy over this class and paste it in here. Pass in the font size of 30 pixels and see where it appears to start off with. So it's just over here. What we want to do is also give it a position of absolute. And in this case, we're going to start it off from the bottom at 50% and from the left at 50% there. So 45 pixels and 50%. So that way it exists right over here. We'll give it some padding of maybe 0.5 EM and 1 EM with a background of maybe white to start off with. Here in this color, we actually have this teal looking color. If we take a look at it, it's just this one here. And I think we might have an example of that. If not, we're just going to add it in as a primary -300 maybe, since it's a lower version of that harsh dark tone that we're using. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pass that in over here, and maybe we'll do the font color to be white. So let's save that and have a look at our design, and there it is. It should exist now in our design. It's got a bit of border radius and it's got a bit of a border too. So I'm going to do border 1 pixel solid dotted and a border radius of maybe 0.25 EM. So let's save that, and I'm going to also reduce the padding just to 0.5 EM. So we'll refresh that, and there it is. So that's looking a little bit better. We're just missing the border there, so I'm going to set that from solid to dotted, and we'll set that to white there. So let's save that and have a look, and that's looking much better now. So I'm pretty happy with that. If we take a look here, it does actually come out of our element a little bit more than what we're defining here. And to do that, we could simply do right -15 pixels, I guess. Let's give that a shot. There, that's looking a little bit better. The only other thing is we'll have to do a text align off center, just so that it's centered a little bit better there. So that's looking good now. I'm happy with that, except for the dots. Maybe we can make the dots 2 pixels in size. So that's looking fine. Maybe dashed? Let's try dashed. Yeah, dashed looks way better. So that's more accurate to what we have here. And now we can just fix up the colors. So here we're using this F2 color, and our F2 color, if we check up here, that's our secondary color. So I'm going to add this into our call to action, and this will be our very first call to action. So that's fine, but here it is. Here's the example, and here's what we've created. So we can see that's come out quite well. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. So this one here, I'm going to have to export this element in Photoshop again. So let's resize this down to 600 pixels, export it, and save it as a JPEG called Call to Action 2. And we'll also do the same for the third element here. So let's export that. Photoshop, that pop up. Yep, there we go. And that's actually quite large. So in this case, it's 6,000 pixels, and we'll resize that back down to 600. We'll save that as a JPEG again and call that Call to Action -3. So that's looking good. Now to actually do this, I might just do a second and a third in here. And this is just to make the call to actions easy to do. So in this case, I can pass in different backgrounds here. So I'll do background 2 and 3 here. And we can also pass in different background colors. So here I can do a background color of primary. And this one here can be, for example, primary -300. So I think that's accurate. Let me double check. So that looks good. And finally here for the titles. So let's pass in title as well. We'll want to change the background color for those two. So in this case, I believe it is a background of secondary, and this one over here is a background of primary. So that should do it. I usually like to put these in last so they just take priority over anything else I've defined in the styling. But otherwise that's looking good. So let's refresh that and see what we get. We're going to have to make sure that we fill out the classes here properly. So I'm going to copy over all of these again. And here I'll type in second, and here I'll type in third. We'll refresh that. So you can see that's all taken effect now. So what we can do is we can rename these. This middle one here can be a lunch menu. So let's fix that up. And this last one here is called functions. Now, most of these are also A tags, which will have links. So I'm going to change these to A tags. So let's just do that here, and I'll replace most of these. And when they're an A tag, we're going to have to make sure that they're a display of block. So here I'm just going to set display block. Otherwise, they might be an inline block or not work properly. So that's much better. They're clickable now. And the other thing I'd like to do is add a little bit of animation to them. Let's see how we can do that. So for example, here I can do a hover, and for this hover on the image, I could maybe decrease the padding here. Maybe we can set this down to maybe 5 pixels, maybe even 0 pixels. So it's expanding out all the way. And to do that, we'll also do a transition of ease 0.25 seconds on all elements. So let's save that and see what it looks like. So we'll refresh. And this is now sort of what it's doing, which is pretty cool. I might even give them a slight opacity. So here I might do an opacity of 0.85. It's just a hint of opacity, but that way, when they mouse over, I'll set it back to 1. And that way those can be a lot more clear as you're focusing in on them. So that looks good. And then finally, for the title over here, I can add a hover effect as well. So in this case, what can we do for the hover effect for the title? A few things. I'm going to copy over this transition effect. And so what we could do is possibly set the left section to 0%. That might animate it out a little bit. So let's give that a refresh and test that out. That's one example of how we could get it to work. I also like the idea of maybe doing an opacity of white for the background. So let's set the background here to maybe RGB white with a 0.85 opacity. And maybe we'll set the text color to equal primary. And let's give that a shot and see what it looks like. So I'm gonna refresh that. So I sort of like that. It's not taking priority on our other items, but this item here, I like the animation for that. That's looking pretty cool. So I'm gonna apply that now to the others. I'm just gonna override this section here, and hopefully that should take effect. Let's refresh. Yep. So all of those now have really nice animations, and that's really cool. I might even add a little bit of border there, maybe 5 pixels, because I feel like that would be nice. I don't like missing out on all the border, so let's give that another shot. We'll refresh. Yep. So that's looking good. So now we're expanding out a little bit there. We've still got about 5 pixels of border, but everything is looking really nice. So what I'm going to do is now we can move on to the next part. So the next part, actually before we move on to the next part, we want to make sure that this is responsive. Now, I've already done column design for this, but we're only going to know once we resize it. So here we've resized it, and this is what it looks like resized. But we might want to decrease the size of these elements. So they actually go down to font size 20 here. And these actually are using this specialized font too. So here for the title, let's do font family. And I'm going to pass in this specialized font. And then at the same time, we'll do an add media query, max width, and we'll pass in LG here. And for this, we'll do font size 20 pixels. So let's refresh that and see what it looks like. So over here, this is looking much better now, but I think I've not done the breakpoint early enough there, so I'm just gonna do that at Excel. Let's refresh that once more. And then over here we can see that they're still fitting in, but we've got a little bit too much padding this time. I think it reduces down to maybe 20 pixels. Yeah, So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also do this over here. So where the image here has these sections like that, we're going to reduce those down to 20 pixels here. Let's save that and refresh. They should be a bit larger there, so that's looking nicer. But now as we go down a viewport, that fits in nicely. Then we get to the small bar viewport. That's almost not working at all. We really need to redefine how these look. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to reduce these down from LG to MD. So they only go on the horizontal viewport on the MD breakpoint. So that way they still exist here, but we're going to move these absolute positions to the bottom now. So to do that, let's resize this. We'll set this here to LG. And in this case, we'll do maybe top at about 85%. Left can be, let's see what the left and right is, 100% and 100%. So actually I'll just do 0% and 0% for the right as well. And we won't need a bottom section. Or actually we could do a bottom section of 0%, but for the top we'll do that at initial. So let's save that and refresh and see what it looks like. And this is actually something we should be defining here on our title, not on our image. So we move that across and refresh. There we go. So now our titles here exist on the bottom. We could even move them down a little bit. So I'm gonna move them down, maybe bottom negative 10%. Let's try that out. There we go. So that's looking good now. I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, I don't think anything else needs to particularly change for that. And then finally, when we go back to our viewport here, we'll need to move them back to the right. So let's do that. Just going to copy over this section here and at media max width LG, sorry, MD. I'll set them back to what we had here. So that should be okay. Bottom, top, where's top in here? Maybe we didn't have a top. So that's fine. We'll save that as is. And we'll refresh that. So now they're here on the right, which is much better. They're a little bit too big though. So what I might do is for MD over here, we'll set the call to action to maybe be a width of 50%. Let's refresh that and see what it looks like. That looks absolutely terrible. And then we'll set this to 50% as well. That's looking much better now. And finally, let's see what else we can do to make this work well. We should put them relatively in the center. So here I'm gonna just set this to text align center. Refresh that. Has that taken effect? We'll also have to display these inline block. Let's refresh that. That should put them there in the center. So that's looking a little bit better. We might increase these to 66%. Let's resize that. So that's looking a little bit better there. And finally on MD, we'll make this now an SM, and these can now go back to 100%. And they should work a lot better as we get down to the last viewport, which I can't really do here without opening up the console tools and clicking into a mobile responsive viewport. So that's one over here. And let's see what's happening, because it doesn't look like it's taken effect just yet. Where are we? SM? What is the SM viewport here? 576 pixels. It should take effect. Let's double check what's happening here. There we go. So now it's taken effect, and that's looking a little bit better now. So that's still a little bit too big though. So what I might do is I might do that at 85 pixels. So let's save and refresh that. And that's looking really good now. So if we take a look at our design over here, this is what it should look like. The only other thing I suppose we could do here is maybe add a little bit of a margin there at the bottom. So what I'll do is over here, I'll just do margin bottom, maybe 10 pixels should be enough. Refresh that. That's just enough spacing to give it some room to breathe. Maybe increase it to 15 pixels. And that's perfect. So now I can exit out of that viewport. And we can see that it's working pretty well there. Yeah, so I'm happy with that. We're able to now move on to the next part of this because this section is now done and looking really good. So I'm pretty happy with that call to action. Let's have a look at the next section. And the next section looks pretty easy. It's just a nice welcome with an introduction to the back beach, eating house, and some descriptions. So the main element here is this line. So we'll put in this title section. We'll put in this line, then we'll put in this bit of text here. And this bit of text is on 8 columns, and then maybe this here is on about 4 columns. So before we move on to the next section, what I might do is I might get rid of this footer over here, simply because I don't really want all of that text showing up. So what I'm going to do is just jump in here and I might just remove this line. We might not use most of this content in general, so I might remove all of it altogether. So when we refresh our page, we'll see this bottom section is gone and we can see the page a little bit more clearly now. To start off, let's copy these bits of text, and in our template home, we're going to create a new div here. And with this div, we'll call it just home welcome. I'll pass that in here, and in here we'll have a container. And this container here will have the h2 tag with welcome to. And then we'll also add the back beach eating house in here. And let's copy that text over and we'll also create a h2 tag for that, or maybe we'll put this in a span. I'm not quite sure yet, so let's fill that out. And this section here actually might be the one in the span. So that way it can be a whole section together rather than 2 separate ones, and that'll make a lot more sense. Let's save that and we'll have a look at styling it to start off with. So I'm just going to copy this here into our CSS and let's collapse the rest of our content here just so we can see it a little bit better. Great, so home welcome, and we've got the h2 tag here with a span as well. Now for this span, we'll be using this Pacifico font, and I'm just going to do font family in here and pass it in. Now this has quite a large font size, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here and copy it across. It's 160 pixels. So that's quite large, and the rest of the content is a little bit smaller. Let's jump in and have a look. It's 72 pixels with this custom, the great font. So font family, let's pass that in, and font size 72 pixels. We'll save that to get started, and I almost want to put the span above simply because that's sort of the priority of how this content looks like. We'll also have this span as a display block. Let's save that and refresh. So that's looking okay. We also want this to have that color there, the FFB5 color. I don't think we've set that anywhere. So let's do secondary, and this is a lighter shade. So we'll do 300 here and pass it in as a variable. We can call this variable now, and I'm just going to call it in here. Let's save that and refresh, and we should see it pop up. So that's looking good. We'll also do a line height, and I'm thinking just 1 so that we've got a little bit less space here. So that's looking good, but we actually have very little space between these 2 items. So what I'm going to start doing is positioning them so that they have this sort of layout. Now this is offsetted by about 140 pixels to the left. So we can do a transform on this. We can do transform. Let's do translate. We'll do negative 140 pixels and maybe negative 30 pixels from the bottom. Let's save that and refresh. And whoops, that's come in from the left, but not from the bottom. So I'll save that bottom bit. We'll refresh that, and that's looking good now. But we've applied this to the wrong item. We're meant to apply it here instead of on there, but that's okay. We can reverse this and we can pass it in here. Let's try that like that. There we go. So that's looking a lot better. Let's have a look at our design here. So from what I can see, this content here actually is centered. It's not offset on the left there. So we can fix that up. Let's actually go back to how we did this. We'll save that and refresh. And there we go. So that looks good. We've got a bit more margin here from the top. So we can apply that. Let's have a look. It's about 120 pixels from the top. So I'm just going to do margin top 120 pixels here. So let's save that and refresh. And that's looking better now. And we can add some of the content here at the bottom. Let's also add this line in. And this line, how much padding does it have? It's 60 pixels line and then 60 pixels, and this line is that light shade of the primary color. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do padding bottom 60 pixels, margin bottom, and that'll be 60 pixels as well, and then border bottom 1 pixel solid with the primary light color of a 300 shade. We'll refresh and we can see that that's appeared, so that's looking really good. I think that's a 0.50 opacity, but I'm not too sure. It's the 5D color there. Let's double check. Yeah, it is. So we're gonna give an RGBA value here. And we're just gonna do 0.5% there. So that's looking good. We'll refresh that, and it's slightly lighter. It's not much, but it's one of those things that you wanna keep consistent. Finally, we can create this section here, and it looks like it's a 1 column, 8 column, 1 and 1 maybe. Let's give that a test, and we'll copy over this text here and we'll put it in here as content. How can we do this? Maybe just a p tag, and we'll put it in just like that. This can be another p tag here. Beautiful. And the only difference between these two p tags is that the first one is a bit more bold and a bit larger. We can give this a special class, I suppose. So here, let's put in class and we'll call this tagline. And I'll save that, and here we'll just pass the p tag and we'll do and tagline. We'll do the font size 24 pixels, color, I think that's primary 300, but we'll double check that. It actually looks a little bit darker, but I'm not too sure. No, that's 300. So let's save that and refresh. And here we can see the text. So that's looking good. We'll just make sure that it's slightly heavier. So we'll do font weight 500 there. And that's not taking effect. Maybe we'll do it a little bit more. 600 should do. There we go. So that looks good now. The only issue is that we're getting this line break happening, and to do that, we might actually put it on the H2 tag. So I'm gonna move it down here and save. And when we do, we can see it's inside the container, and we don't really want that. So what I might do to fix that is put the H2 in a title section here. So I'm gonna save that like that and put this called title holder, and we'll create a class in here called title holder, and in here we'll have the H2 tag with the container, and then we'll close that off, and let's indent that so that you guys can see. So that looks better. And then we've got a separate container here for the p tag. We'll save that and refresh, and we can see now it looks much better. Now, once we've done this, we'll also be able to do some rows here. So I'm thinking a row here with a col LG1, then a col LG maybe 8, maybe 10. Let's do 9. Great. And then finally a col LG2, and here can be the button. So I'll just button dash primary and say read more. Let's save that, refresh, and we can see the content now. And for this About Us section, it looks like it's actually a little bit bigger than that. So what I'm thinking is we'll reduce this down to 8. We'll increase this to 3. We'll resave that. So that looks better now. And this button here, we're going to have to add its own little styling. And we might pull that from the absolute positioning here that we did earlier, because they're very similar styled. Let's have a look where we had that. So we'll jump back up here. We'll go to the call to action section and we'll grab this title style here. We'll move this below and we'll maybe make a generic button class here and we'll call this button. And I'll be able to reuse this. So instead of an absolute position here, we'll just do something generic. And we'll remove this stuff over here too. So that looks okay. Let's pass that in as a class here to our button and refresh and see what we get. So here we've got a nice read more button, but we want this to be that darker shade. So what we're going to do is we're going to pass in primary here as a variable. Let's save that and refresh. That looks better. We can give it a hover effect over here, and for the hover, maybe we just set the background to a lighter shade. And let's save that, and that looks good. And finally, let's make sure it's got a cursor of pointer here for the hovers. So I'll pass that in, and that should fix it up. That's much better. And I think we had an icon on it. Yeah, a chevron right there. So we can add that in pretty easily. We'll use font awesome. So what I'm going to do here is just move it across a little bit. And I'll pass in fa-chevron. Right, I think that's it. Let's give it a refresh. No, maybe not. There, so that's it. But this icon here is sort of floating on the far right, whereas the text here is on the left. So let's remove the text align center. And for the I item here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a position here of absolute with a right of maybe 1 EM and a top of 50% and a translate of transform, sorry. Transform translate of Y at negative 50%, just so that it's 50% from the top. I think that should be it. Let's do a position of relative here. And let's save that. And I don't think that's applying properly. We'll change that from a class to a tag, and that looks like it's fixed it. I don't know if I've done this 50% properly, so or maybe I have. Let's do the line height to 1 there. We'll refresh that, and yeah, that looks good. I just want to have a look at the positioning here, so we'll zoom in and yeah, that's all right. I guess what else could we do? I guess we could make the font size a little bit bigger when we hover over it. So right now the font size is 30, so maybe I'll set this 1.5 EM and we'll set it to 1.75 EM. Let's save that and refresh. So that looks a little bit better. But we want the font size to only increase here for the I item. So I'm gonna save that like that, refresh, and that looks better. But with this, just thinking. Now I'll remove that. We won't do that. Let's just keep this simple. So we'll do a simple hover like this. I think that's good already, so we don't really have to do anything else with that. I think there's some extra padding we can add here on the left, so maybe I'll just add in 1 EM. Whoops, that's from the top, so I'll just add this after, and let's resave that. Alright, that's much better. Okay, so this section looks like it's almost done here. We can just add a little bit more extra line height to this text. and some extra padding between the P tags. So over here for the P tag, I'll do maybe margin bottom 1 EM. Let's try that. Maybe a bit more, maybe 2 EM. Let's save and refresh. Doesn't look like it's applying. Maybe, I'm putting it on the button. Let me just put it in here. So I'll just put it in this section here. We'll get rid of this other text. We'll refresh that, and that looks like it's a little bit too much. So I'll do 1 EM, and I'll do line height here to about 2, because it's got a lot of spacing there. So it's a little bit too much. The text looks good, but the tagline needs to be a bit closer together. So I'll do line height here at 1.5. Let's refresh that once more, and that looks way better. So I'm happy with that. This is a font size 18 with a font weight. Let's do a font weight of 300 here. We'll refresh that. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, what else do we have here? Let's make sure that the body here, yep, 18 pixels, so that's all good. I think that's done. I'm pretty happy with that. We can move on to this next section, but before we do, we need to make sure we have the right amount of padding or margin here at the bottom. And before we put in 120, so we're gonna do that here at the bottom as well, and we'll give that a save. This button over here that we created, we're gonna move this at the very top, and that way we can sort of reuse it later on if we need to. So yeah, that looks good. Yeah, we need to do the responsive design, because if we go down a few elements, it might end up looking a bit, yeah, it's not fitting in very well there. So we'll fix that up. So let's take a look here at the viewports that we have in the design. And here we don't see much of a difference for the tablety like viewport. But over here we can see that the button actually goes below, and then finally everything is a little bit more structured here. But let's take a look at the font sizes, because up here I can see this is now 120, whereas before it was 160, and this one here goes from 72 down to 60, and then from 60 it goes to 36. So let's see if we can fix up some of those. If we take a look over here, we'll go to the class, and it's just over here. I'm just gonna do a media query, and we'll do max width, and we'll do XL, I think it was, or LG, sorry. Let's do LG in here, and let's fix up those font sizes. So the two changes there is, let's have a look. This one in here is 60, and this one is 120. So we'll do 120 pixels here, and 60 pixels there. Now the other thing is I might want to change up this transform a little bit. So what I'm thinking is I might push this down to 25 pixels and this maybe to 120 from the left, or maybe even yeah, let's do 120. Let's refresh that and give that a look. So I think that's better. Let's resize that. Until I might not, yeah, I think I'm not doing this early enough, so I'm just going to do this at the XL viewport. Let's refresh that, and we should see that change. So that's looking better now. But the other part to that is that we'll have to rechange it over here. So here, what we're going to do is we might remove the transform. So this is on, I think, the LG or the MD viewport. But what we'll do is we'll set this back to 0, and this one maybe to 15 pixels. And let's have a look at the font size over here. So over here, this goes down to 60, and this goes down to 36. So let's do 60 here, and 36 pixels there. Whoops. Let's copy over the viewport, just so that it's properly coming across. Let's do LG, yep, and this one here was, what was it, 36, so let's put that in. Great, so that looks good. Let's refresh that, and yeah, we can see that that's being updated here. Now, does this center, or does it, I don't think it centers, but we might not remove the entire transform here, so I might just leave it to 60. So let's refresh that, and we'll remove the transform there at the bottom. So I'm just going to reset that back to 0, and I'll give it some spacing there. So that looks good. That looks good, definitely. And let's expand it out a little bit. Yep. So yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that. Just thinking what else we can do just to make sure it's working well. So over here at 100%, this is what it should look like. Now we can see this button here. It's currently a display block, and we're gonna have to change that to a display inline block. And that should be easy enough to do. So here where we have the button class, I'm just going to create another one in our class section here. And I'm going to do display inline block. And we'll only do this on the, what was it, the LG viewport. So let's pass that in. I usually do this so that it only applies to this class in this section, because other buttons might need to fully expand out. And the other part for that is that I'll need some more padding on the right. So I think padding right will be maybe 2 EM. Let's try that out. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 2.5 should do just about right, so that we've got that chevron in there. Great. So we can expand this out, and this is looking good. Great. So now with that done, we'll also fix up the font sizing here for the actual content, because I think, yeah, that main section here, which is 24 pixels, actually reduces to 18 pixels. And does it change again for this area? No, it doesn't. So I'm just going to reduce that as well. Let's test that out. We'll refresh, but I think that's good. I think that's good. Let's have a look at the padding up here. There's a little bit too much of a margin. If we have a look here, this actually reduces quite a lot. Here we can see it reduces down to about 40, and down here it reduces to about 30. So let's fix that up, and that's just over here. We'll pass in, I assume, LG and maybe MD. And for LG over here, we'll reduce this down. And here I'm thinking maybe 20 and 20. And over here we'll do 15 and 15. And I think that should cover that aspect of it. Let's refresh. Ooh, what has happened there? We've copied over the transform there. We don't want that. Great, so we'll refresh once more, and that's looking better. Let's expand this out a little bit. Just make sure it's working okay. Yep. And let's also do that font like we were saying. So we'll jump down here to the P tag, and over here we'll do a font size of 18 pixels. We'll save that, and that looks much better now. So that is responding really well. And let's expand it down here. So that looks good. I think when we get down to this viewport on MD, we might remove the transform that we're applying, or maybe we'll just do it just a little bit. So let's do that, and we're also maybe going to have to change the sizing. So here it's 36 and 48 pixels, and let's do 36 for the other one. Oh, we already have, so it's all right. We'll save that and refresh, and that should look just a little bit better there. So I think maybe let's just expand it out a little bit more and keep testing it out until it's good. For some reason in this viewport it feels a little bit too small, but maybe that's just me. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like I want to push these down one level, so like this should be LG, this should be MD, and this should be SM. We could try that out and see how it takes. MD, and over here, MD, and this one SM. Let's refresh and try that out. So now stays the same, stays the same. It's a bit smaller, gets smaller even. It's breaking a little bit there, but it's okay. And then mobile, let's check out mobile here. Yep, so I think that's okay, actually, so I might leave that as is. Great, so I like that. That looks like this section is now done and responsive. We can now move on to the next section. The only thing that I might do here is just remove some of that extra margin we're applying up here. So you can do that maybe here with a 60-60. And then maybe we'll do another one here for SM with 30-30. Great, so I'm going to refresh that once more. Oops. Great, so that's doesn't have as much margin there from the top and the bottom, and we can move on to the next section. And the next section is this one here for our news article, which is currently Mother's Day, and it's got some background image here, which is this repeating pattern. You can pull this into Photoshop, so let's do that. We'll save this out and have a look at how big it is and see how we can get it to repeat. Here's our file, and if we take a look at the size, it's okay. I think that size is fine, so we'll just save that as a JPEG. Let's do JPG, maybe. Let's see, high should be okay, and we'll just save this here, and maybe we'll call this news background. News-bg. So I'll save that, and what we can do is we can create this section now. Now this section here, it's got quite a lot of height to it. It's got let's see, nearly 200 margin from the top and nearly 200 margin from the bottom. It's got this 2-column structure here. It's got an image as a circle with some content, and then some content here as well. So let's take a look at that. We'll create a section here in the home, and we'll call this maybe home-news, and we'll have a container in here, and in here we'll have a row, and this row will have maybe column LG6 and column LG6. So this one here can be our image holder, which will have the image circle. And in here we'll have our, let's have a look, our title, our subtitle, and our read more button. So I might just copy over some of this text to start off with. Let's see what we have here. Just some basic content, so I'm going to copy that across. And then a button in here. And this button, what does it say? Read more again. So we might reuse the button we created earlier up here. So I'm just going to save that and put that in here. Let's save that and refresh to see what we start off with. So this is what we start off with. I might also want to copy maybe our call to action, because we did create some circles here, so I'll probably just use one of those. Let's put that in here actually. And we might just call this news image. Yeah, news image should do. Now in here it did have two things. It had a title or a category and a date. So what I might do is in here I'll do date, and I'll just type in date for now, and I'll also have category. Great, so we'll save that. I think that should get us up and started. The only other thing I can do maybe here is do a background image, or even just BG image for short. And that should be most of the content ready to go. So let's move this here over to the right, and we'll do some CSS for this. So here for the CSS, what I'm thinking is we'll do a slight background color. Now this background color is this sort of, is this a gray? What is this? Well, it seems like it's just white, looks like. So that's fine. Then we've got this image, and this image, if we take a look at it, it's sort of got a 50% opacity. So what we can do here is we'll do padding top, and we'll do 200 pixels, padding bottom 200 pixels, position, and this can be relative, and this is where we pull in that background image. So for that background image, we're going to do a position of absolute, bottom 0, top 0, left 0, and right 0. So that'll expand out. Then we'll do a background image, and in here we'll pass in the URL for images, and we'll pass in the news BG. So let's pass that in here. Then we'll do background size. No, we might not even need background size. We could just do it like that. So let's just save that and see what we get. And here we get our background image. Now, this actually has to be an opacity of 0.5. So let's refresh that. And that's looking a little bit better. And finally, we have a bit of an after element here. And this after element, what it's doing is it's a content of none, and it's got a background gradient. This gradient is sort of gradienting out back to white here, and come to think of it, it's yeah, it should be easy enough to do. It's about how many pixels in height? 230? Yeah, about 230. So let's do that. We'll do background, we'll do height first. Height 230 pixels. Bottom 0, left 0, and right 0. Okay, we'll do a display of block, position of absolute, and the background color, or just background, will be linear gradient to top, and we'll go from say transparent to white. Let's see if that works. We'll save that and refresh, and yeah, it does work, but I'm doing it wrong. We'll do to bottom just so that that direction is correct, and there we go. So we've got that section now done, and it's looking good. Just thinking we need to do anything else special with this section, but I think that should be fine. It does actually have a bit more in here. So what I might do is I might actually start this off from bottom. How much spacing here? It says 285, but I think I might just do 200 pixels here. And then we'll copy this after element and create a before element. And for this, I'm just going to do a background of white, and we'll actually start this off at the bottom. So this way, what we'll have is we'll have a bottom content of white and a secondary content of the background gradient. So that'll sort of flow into our thing. So you can see that it starts a lot earlier now and goes into our content here. So that's sort of what I'm after. So I'm happy with that. Now let's fix up the styling here for the Mother's Day section. So this is a font of H2. So let's pull that in with font family, and it's that great font that we're using. Then we need to do the font size. So for this, the font size, what is that? 60 pixels. And it's got a little bit of a margin there from the bottom. And if we take a look at that, that margin is about 60 pixels as well. So margin bottom 1 EM. Let's save that, refresh, just make sure it pops up. So that did pop up. I feel that margin is a little bit too much, so I'm going to do 0.5 EM, and I'm going to do a color here of, I think it was secondary. Let's apply that, double check the color, that looks correct. And let's refresh that. So that's looking good. And then the font here, that's the light version on 18 pixels with a strong line height. So we'll do a p tag in here. We'll do line height will be 1.5, font weight will be maybe 300. We'll save that, and then what we'll do is in here where we've got content holder, I'm just going to do this as a p tag. That'll be simpler. So we'll save that and refresh. Yep. So that's much better. And finally, we go 100% on this. Somehow this font weight for light feels like it should be lighter. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe the line height isn't applying. I'm not too sure what it is, but it doesn't look exactly right. So let's zoom in on this in our debugging and take a look. So maybe if we do line height 2. Yeah, line height 2 looks better. Let's copy this font in, and here in our body, we'll just make sure that it is being applied. It is. I'm gonna check to make sure it's being imported well in our header here. So, alright, so I don't think we're importing it properly in our header. We only have 400, 600, and 700. So what I might do is, let's go to fonts.google and we'll look up this font over here. And here we'll check, yeah, we'll grab a light version and an extra light version. So this is 300 and 200. So to get those in, we'll just do 200, 300 and save that. And let's refresh. And there we go. So now we've got that font. Now that's what I'm talking about. So we can jump back in here and we're going to do the line height to 2. And that should look way better now. So that's looking much better. And now we can create this read more button. And this read more button is actually an A tag with a link. So I'm going to replace it with an A tag here. Save that and refresh. And looks like that's working a lot better. It does have some issues though with the padding there and stuff, but I can fix that up, so that's fine. We want to do text decoration here as none, just so that we don't get that underline. So let's refresh. We should see that it doesn't pop up. Maybe we'll do it on the hover here. Text decoration none. So yeah, so that's better. And the other thing was the that chevron, when we get to that viewport, looks a bit wonky. So I might copy it out of here and put it generally in our button class over here, and that should work a lot better. So I'll save that and refresh. And I might apply it just in general. So I might apply it in here like this. Let's refresh that, and that looks way better now. We can create this circle here, and let's see if we can copy over some of that styling from last time. So let's grab this call to action section, and we've got this call to action button, and I might copy out the whole thing in general because it should cover what we're trying to do. And it's actually got a few components to it, but for the time being I'll just copy them as is. Let's collapse this class, and in here we'll create a new class, and we'll call this what shall we call this? Let's jump into home, and it's called news image. So news image, and let's pass in all the stuff in here. Now we don't need second and third and all of that. And here for the title we're gonna have maybe, let's have a look, date and category. So maybe we'll put date in here, and in this one we'll remove all of this class because we don't need any of this. And we might also, we'll leave that. That should be okay for now. We'll remove this, and it should get us started. We'll also position this maybe absolutely from the left. So we'll take that out. We'll do transform. We'll do translate. Off the x-axis, we'll do 50% and save that. And that should be it. The last one was this image here, and we're already passing that in. So let's save that and see what we get. So you get this nice image here, but if we take a look at the design, it's a little bit too big. This is because we've given it too many columns. So let's give it 5 columns here, and we'll do one empty column here as a spacer and refresh that. So that should look a little bit better. Yep, so that's looking a little bit better. Now this image is a lot bigger, so this button here where we've got the date for Sunday 13th of May, it's not utilizing as much spacing there from the bottom, so I'm gonna change that. Let's cancel this out and save that. And in here for the date, from the bottom, what we might do is maybe just do how many pixels from the bottom? 15? Yeah, about 15 pixels. So let's do that. We'll do 15 pixels from the bottom. We'll refresh that. And that looks a little bit better. Let's see the size of this. So this here is 30 pixels, and one here is 30 pixels as well, so that's good. It's got a little bit more padding, so I'm just going to do maybe 1.5 EM from the left and the right, and that should give us some more padding there. So that's almost perfect now. All we need to do is add a section there for the top on what's on. So I'm just going to copy that. And this will be pretty much exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is in here, I'm going to change the category to what's on. I'm going to save this category class, and we're going to reuse it. And maybe we'll even, what I might do is I might just pass it in here so we don't reset the entire class properties from scratch. We can just reuse what we have. But for the category one, we'll add some extra classes. So for example, here where I've got bottom, I'll set that back to initial, and I'll set top to 15 pixels. So it should be okay. Let's refresh and have a look. So that looks good. And finally, we'll do the background. And for the background, we'll set the color to what? Primary? No, secondary. That looks better. And this one can be primary 300. So let's save that and refresh. And there, so that's good. The background of the image for the circle here, we're going to change that though. So right now it's secondary, and we'll change that to primary. And let's refresh. Great. So that's almost perfect now. We will just grab this image that we have here in Photoshop. Let's edit this in Photoshop, and then we'll save this in our image folder, and we'll replace it. And here it is in Photoshop. It's also a little bit too big, so I'm just gonna reduce this down a little bit, and I'm also going to resize it so it's nicely centered here for the photo. So how big should I make that? That should be okay. So let's save that. And we'll save this as a JPG, maybe low. No, let's do it on high. Great, and let's save that. We'll just save it in here as news dash placeholder maybe. That'll be generic enough for us to be able to use. So what we can do now is we can jump in here, and for this image, which we're setting just over here, we'll set that to news dash placeholder. Let's save that and have a look here. We can see that's been updated, so that's looking all good. Now the only other part is that this section here, it's not being centered very well, and the button has a bit more padding up here of about 80 pixels. So let's fix up those two things. Let's have a look here where we have all the content, and here for the button, I'm gonna do maybe margin top of about 80 pixels, and let's do a responsive media query. And for this one here, we'll do something simple like margin top maybe 50 pixels. And maybe then we'll reduce that for MD down to 30 pixels. That should be just about perfect. And finally, in this section here, we'll do this row with align item center, I think it is. Let's give that a shot. There we can see that's been updated, and just this button here, it hasn't got its margins set yet, so maybe I haven't set that properly. Let's jump back into the CSS, and here for the button, let's hit save on that and just make sure it applies. And there we go, but that's a little bit too much, so I might reduce that to 50, 40, 30. Let's give that a shot. Yeah, that's more accurate. Still feels like a little bit too much, but that's what the designer did, so we'll keep to that representation. We do have this text here for join us to celebrate your Mother's Day, but I don't think we'll be able to carry that across properly because the posts in the WordPress don't carry across the H2 tags or anything, and it's rare that you might have that, so I'll just keep it as is for now, and this looks okay. As always, we should check how this responds and make sure that the responsive design fits in with the actual design that we have here. So if we take a look at the responsive level here, this goes from 60, stays at 60, and then over here it goes down to 36, and then finally from 36 it stays at 36. So looks like that's pretty standard. And this what's on? This goes 24 pixels and then 18 pixels, and it starts off here at 30. All right, so we can do that. Let's jump in here, and where we've got the image, where we've got the content actually over here. And what we'll do is this 30 pixels, I think we're already reducing it down to 20 pixels, and I think let's double check here. So this actually goes to 24 in this case, so let's update that to 24. Then the next viewport here, it goes down to, let's zoom in and have a look, 18. We'll do 18 here. This is for MD and this is for LG, so that should be okay. Let's save that. And what else do we need to do here? Let's resize this down a little bit. Ooh, it's definitely getting a lot smaller. Maybe what we'll do on this viewport over here is we could use Bootstrap to redo how this design section works. So here, where we've got the image, maybe I'll do that to call. This can be XL5 and this can be LG5. This can be XL here. So maybe this will go to 6. Let's save that and give it a test. And that should make it a little bit bigger. So it has made it a little bit bigger. But this one over here hasn't done what I wanted it to do, which means it should be collapsing on this viewport. I'm not sure if it is collapsing or if it's not. Let's see what's happening here. So this is fine. This is collapsed, and when it's collapsed, it sort of, it seems like it's pushing everything over. So we might not be able to do it like that. Maybe we can hide it on that XL viewport. So what I'll pass in here is maybe this one here, hidden LG down. I think this should hide it. Let's have a look. I'm gonna refresh. We'll go down to this viewport here. And is this being hidden or not? Doesn't look like it is. Maybe I'm using the wrong Bootstrap here. Alright, I think I found it. It's D-none, which makes sure that it's not visible, and D-XL-block, which means that it's only visible on the XL viewport. So I'm going to save that and we're going to refresh. You can see there it is visible. We're going to go down one viewport here. We can see that it's now invisible, but all of this is still working correctly. If we keep going down to this viewport here, we can see that we've all expanded out. So that's looking really good. Now, I guess the only other thing we need to do is work on the padding. Let's zoom out over here, see what we're working with. So over here, the margins from the top, they go to about 110 and 110 here. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump back here into our responsive design. We're going to go up here to where we've got all this padding. We're going to do media max width, and we'll pass in LG here. And on the LG viewport, we're going to push this down to 100 and 100. And then over here, we're going to do the same. We're going to pass in that viewport, and instead of a height of 200, what we're going to do is we're going to pass a height of 100 here. And over here, we're going to pass in 100 as well. This will change up the design a little bit, but this is essentially what we'll want to do. So as we go down to this viewport here, I might have to do that one earlier on XL. Let's do that on XL, XL, and XL. So let's refresh that. There, we can see that we're collapsing that down a little bit, so it fits in a little bit better. Now, let's see what's next. We'll take it down to this MD viewport, and now we've got a bit of an issue because it's not fitting in very correctly. This image is a little bit too big. And the content here, let's take a look at the content on our design here. So on this side, it looks like the content actually still stays more or less designed the same. So maybe what we'll do over here is instead of LG, we'll set this to MD. I'm just gonna set this to MD, and MD, and we'll refresh, and it's looking a little bit better. What I'm thinking is we'll have to play around here a little bit with the content for the image, date, and category. And here for the MD, I'm thinking we'll reduce the padding. So right now, here's the padding we're applying, and we'll just set this back to 0.5 EM. Let's save that, see what we get. Okay. And then the other thing is maybe we want a margin left of negative 0.5 EM. And we'll do that for the right as well. So let's save both of those and try our design once more. Should we do this on the LG viewport? Will that fix it? Yeah, maybe that's it. All right. So I'll leave the padding in there. And that's better. And finally, if we take a look here, from the bottom here, we'll set this to actually negative 30 pixels, I think. And in the category section, what we'll do is we'll set it to maybe top negative 30 pixels. And bottom still will do initial. So let's save that and refresh. Maybe 30 pixels wasn't enough. Maybe we'll do 60. This should just push it out a little bit. So it's the same as our design here where it's at the top and at the bottom. So let's refresh that once more, and that's looking much better now. So now we've got a good design here that seems to be working quite well. What do we have that we can still do? So from the left, yep, that's good, that's good. No, I'm pretty happy with that. We can reduce the size of this Mother's Day text, and over here, if we take a look at it, it's 36 pixels. So what we can do is let's copy this viewport over here, and here we'll pass it in as 36 pixels. And let's do one for XL, and for XL, let's have a look at what we had here. So that should be just over here, and that's 60. And then it goes straight down to 36. So that's a big jump, but if that's what it is, that's what it is. So we won't change that. Let's save and refresh, and we should see that fit in a little bit more accurately. So that looks good. I can see that the line height has changed for that too, so it's not as drastic. So we might reduce that as well here, where we've got a line height of 2. I'm going to reduce that back to 1.5 here. So let's save that. That should look a little bit better. And finally that margin there on the bottom. Now it's just over here, and where we're adding a huge margin here, maybe we'll just reduce it down to 30 pixels and then maybe 20 pixels even. So let's save that, see how it looks. How much margin is it being applied? Because it seems like it's too much. It does say 30, but I don't know, something about it just feels like it's way too much. So I'm going to reduce it to 20 and then to 10. Let's save that. Yeah, that looks better. So now when we expand it out, yep, that looks good. And then over here, that looks good. So just over here, it seems like the content just doesn't seem to fit very well. So previously we added in those negative margins, and that's just over here. So I might actually introduce them a little bit earlier. And that way on this viewport, it should just work a little bit better. Yep. Now we've got margin left and margin right being applied with a negative value, but it seems to be pushing it off center, which is a really strange thing. If I remove them entirely, the content still works, but maybe it's the padding. I'm gonna reduce that padding just to 1. Let's save that. And that fits in just fine. Let's expand it out a little bit, and that looks good. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a Excel padding here, and I'll set this to that padding there, and over here I'll leave it as is. So we'll leave that to 1.5. So it'll go 1.5, 1, and then finally that should be it. So let's refresh, and yeah, that looks like it's collapsing really well. Now finally, this viewport over here, we're gonna have to play around with that too. So let's jump in, have a look. So this goes back to a regular circle. So we're gonna get rid of all of that negative sort of alignment that we're putting in here. So let's create another viewport here, and in MD we'll just set it back to maybe 30, and here in categories for the MD we'll set the top back to maybe 30 as well. So let's save that and see if that applies, and it looks like it has, but it's a little bit much, so I'm gonna reduce it down to about 15 pixels and 15 pixels. So let's quickly refresh that, and that's looking much better now. And funny enough, this responsive design looks like it's just worked immediately. We don't have to do much more with it, besides maybe fixing up the padding there at the top. But that's easy enough to do. So what we can do now is for MD, let's copy that across. And just here at the top, what we're going to do is instead of doing padding 100 and 100, we're just going to do padding maybe something like 45 pixels and 45 pixels. That should do. At the bottom here, we're going to obviously have this break where we've got this section here, but that section looks like it's really small down here. So what I might do is I might just do 50 pixels, and that should be a safe balance. Finally, this section here is going to have to also exist as a background image, because right now we're applying this 100 height. So in here, I'm going to set this also to 50 pixels, and we'll set it down here as well. And let's set both of these to 50 pixels too. So that way, when we refresh now, we can see that there's a little bit less space applied here, but it's still looking good. So that's the main goal. So with that done, what we can do is move on to the next section, because we finished this section now and it's all responsive and working well. Now for this next section, let's take a look at it. We are actually doing something really interesting here, which is adding this sort of thing that looks like it's breaking the background, but we have this big background here of a stock image, and then we've got these sort of overlays, I guess, that we're applying. What is this? Something's being applied here. It's like a clip or a cutout. Hard to tell. It's this thing here, but I can't seem to hold it or grab it. Well, let's just right click and export it here to Photoshop to start off with. And if we take a look at this, the size, yeah, I'll just resize that just a little bit, and we'll save that as a JPEG, and we'll put this into our folder. We'll have a look at this section, and this section here is just maybe a small descriptor. So maybe we'll call this about us background, or about background. Yeah, I think that should be okay. And let's just double check the size. So we've set this to high, but that's 193 kilobytes. That's a little bit too much. So we're going to reduce this down to medium because it's not such an important image. So that should do. And I think if we save that, just make sure it's in the right directory. Yep. All right. So I can close that off now. And in here, we can create that section. So this section here, I think I'm just going to call this home-about. And what we want to do in here is we want a few bits of content. We want this large section, sort of like the welcome section here. We've got some content and a button and a line. It's almost exactly the same, to be honest. So here for this welcome section, I might copy over the whole section here. And we'll reuse this and repurpose it. So instead of home welcome, we'll call this home about. But what we're going to do is here we've got home welcome. We'll pass in home-about, and we'll repurpose it in a second. So if we have a look, we'll quickly save all of that and we'll refresh to see what we get. So this is what it looks like right now. But what I'm thinking is the first thing we'll want to do is change up the background. So previously we've had backgrounds in the past, such as we've say this one here. So what I'm going to do is over here in home about, I'm going to pass in a background image, and let's add a class for that. So I'm going to do a new lot of classes down here at the bottom for home news, for home about. So let's do and home dash about. And here we'll do background image. And for that, we'll just pass in a similar background image to what we've done in the past. So let's copy over this content here. But with this one, we'll do background, size, cover, background, position, maybe background fixed, something like that later. But for the time being, I think this should be fine. Let's also make sure this is a position of relative. And if we take a look at it, it should get a background image. The image that we want to pass through. Let me just find that over here. So we'll go to images, and this one was just here. So I'm going to pass this just like that. I think that should be it. Let's take a look. We might not be passing in the correct class in here. So let's just make sure that's correct. Save that, and that's home about. We'll refresh. And let's have a look at the console. Let's have a look at the DevTools, see what's happening here. So we've got home above, but we don't have any styling applied yet to BG image. And why is that? Home about. Here we go. Home about wasn't placed in here. So we'll refresh that. We should see the image pop up. So there's our image. Now we've got a bit of cropping happening here at the top and at the bottom. So I'm going to pull these out as SVGs and we're going to use them. But before we do that, let's just clean up all the content in here. So what I might do is this served fresh. Let's change this. So instead of welcome to here, we'll do served fresh. Here where it says from the paddock to the plate, let's replace that here as well. Then we've got some general content in here, so I'm just gonna, I think that's more or less the same, but I'm just gonna leave that pretty empty. I don't think there is a main bit of content there, but let's just put that in here like this, and this in here like this. Finally, we'll want to change up some of the colors here. So for these P tags and stuff like that, we'll want a white color. For this section here, it's white, and this one here is a lighter shade. So let's grab the H2 in here and we'll pass it in, and the P tag as well. So for the P tag, I think that's all white. We've got a tagline, so let's pass in tagline in here. And for the tagline, I'm just gonna do color, maybe primary 300. I think that should be okay. And for the H2 class, we'll also do primary 300. So let's save that and refresh. We should see that styling applied in a second. Home, about, H2, yep, span, yep. We need to pass in the span here, so let's pass in the span. This will be color white. That's better. So let's refresh that. And the only thing we're missing now is the text itself. So not sure what's happening with that. Maybe if we do position relative, it'll show up. Yeah, there we go. So serve brush from the paddock to the plate. So that looks really good. That's come out a little bit, so that's great as well. This button we can also make a bit red. And we're missing the line here. I'm not too sure if that line is the wrong color. But what we can do is we can change that color. So let's see where that is. I think it's just under the title holder. So in this section, I'm just going to do title holder. And then we're going to grab this line here. We're going to change it from primary 300 to say white, maybe. Let's try white. See if it stands out anymore. Maybe it also needs to have a position of relative. So let's pass that in and refresh. So there, it's working a little bit better. And instead of white, we'll go back to primary 300 because that's the color there in the design. Okay, so that's looking good. I like that. Just thinking what else we can do here. I'm thinking if we change this color for the button here. So let's do button and we'll do background and we'll do secondary here. Let's save and refresh that. And that's looking good. That seems to have updated. We'll also do a hover effect here. And for the hover, we'll just do a darker version of that background, maybe by, what, 15%? I think that should be good. So we'll save that and refresh, and that should pop up any second. Yep, so that's looking good. Now, there's a bit of padding there at the top. Now, how much is that? That's about 150, and at the bottom, that's about 300? Yeah. So what we'll do in this section here, we'll do padding top and we'll do 150 pixels and padding bottom 300 pixels. And we'll save that. We'll add the responsive design in a sec, but this section's getting to the point where we're almost finished with the design. All we need to do now is just add these overlays. Home dash about, and we'll repurpose it in a second. So if we have a look, we'll quickly save all of that and we'll refresh to see what we get. So this is what it looks like right now, but what I'm thinking is the first thing we'll want to do is change up the background. So previously we've had backgrounds in the past, such as we've say this one here. So what I'm going to do is over here in home about, I'm going to pass in a background image. And let's add a class for that. So I'm going to do a new lot of classes down here at the bottom for home news. Sorry, for home about. So let's do and home dash about. And here we'll do background image. And for that, we'll just pass in a similar background image to what we've done in the past. So let's copy over this content here, but with this one, we'll do background, size, cover, background, position, maybe background fixed, something like that later, but for the time being, I think this should be fine. Let's also make sure this is a position of relative, and if we take a look at it, it should get a background image. The image that we want to pass through, let me just find that over here. So we'll go to images, and this one was just here. So I'm going to pass this just like that. I think that should be it. Let's take a look. We might not be passing in the correct class in here. So let's just make sure that's correct. Save that, and that's home about. We'll refresh, and let's have a look at the console. Let's have a look at the DevTools to see what's happening here. So got home above, but we don't have any styling applied yet to BG image. And why is that? about. Here we go. Home about wasn't placed in here. So we'll refresh that. We should see the image pop up. So there's our image. Now we've got a bit of cropping happening here at the top and at the bottom. So I'm going to pull these out as SVGs and we're going to use them. But before we do that, let's just clean up all the content in here. So what I might do is this served fresh. Let's change this. So instead of welcome to here, we'll do served fresh. Here where it says from the paddock to the plate, let's replace that here as well. Then we've got some general content in here. So I'm just gonna, I think that's more or less the same, but just gonna leave that pretty empty. I don't think there is a main bit of content there, but let's just put that in here like this and this in here like this. Finally, we'll want to change up some of the colors here. So for these P tags and stuff like that, we'll want a white color. For this section here, it's white, and this one here is a lighter shade. So let's grab the H2 in here and we'll pass it in. And the P tag as well. So for the P tag, I think that's all white. We've got a tagline, so let's pass in tagline in here. And for the tagline, I'm just gonna do color, maybe primary 300. I think that should be okay. And for the H2 class, we'll also do primary 300. So let's save that and refresh. We should see that styling applied in a second. Home about H2. Yep, span. Yep. We need to pass in the span here. So let's pass in the span. This will be color white. That's better. So let's refresh that. And the only thing we're missing now is the text itself. So not sure what's happening with that. Maybe if we do position relative, it'll show up. Yeah, there we go. So served fresh from the paddock to the plate. So that looks really good. That's come out a little bit, so that's great as well. This button we can also make a bit red. And we're missing the line here. I'm not too sure if that line is the wrong color. But what we can do is we can change that color. So let's see where that is. I think it's just under the title holder. So in this section, I'm just going to do title holder. And then we're going to grab this line here. We're going to change it from primary 300 to say white. Maybe. Let's try white. Let's see if it stands out anymore. Maybe it also needs to have a position of relative. So let's pass that in and refresh. So there it's working a little bit better. And instead of white, we'll go back to primary 300 because that's the color there in the design. Okay, so that's looking good. I like that. Just thinking what else we can do here. I'm thinking if we change this color for the button here. So let's do button and we'll do background and we'll do secondary here. Let's save and refresh that. And that's looking good. That seems to have updated. We'll also do a hover effect here. And for the hover, we'll just do a darker version of that background, maybe by, what, 15%? I think that should be good. So we'll save that and refresh, and that should pop up any second. Yep, so that's looking good. Now, there's a bit of padding there at the top. Now, how much is that? That's about 150, and at the bottom, that's about 300? Yeah. So what we'll do in this section here, we'll do padding top and we'll do 150 pixels and padding bottom 300 pixels. We'll save that. We'll add the responsive design in a sec, but this section's getting to the point where we're almost finished with the design. All we need to do now is just add these overlays. For the cutouts, I've actually pulled them out here as SVGs, and you can take a look at them because they're just pretty standard. We have over here the paper tear, and this one here is more or less just the bottom. We can't see that because it's white on white, but you can see it sort of over here, and we've got the top tear here as well. What I might do is I might rename these so that they fit in more with the section. So for this home section, for this This section here, what I might do is, what we can do is rename them to home dash about dash top. Actually, this is the bottom. And then this one here can be home dash about dash top. So we'll save that. And now using that, we can actually pull them into the actual page. And we can do this as an image. And I think that's one of the easiest ways to do. So what I might do is over here in our image, in our section here for home about, in our background image, I'm gonna do an image here, and this image can essentially be the design we're doing. And to pass in the path, what we'll do is we'll grab the path for the theme, and we did this earlier here in the header, so I'm just gonna jump in here and pull over this syntax. So let's copy that across in here, and this time we'll just pass in the path here for home image about, and let's pass in home image icon with an alt tag, and we'll call this cut out top for the alt tag there, and we'll do the width here to 100%. Let's first see how that looks. We'll refresh our page here. We can see actually that tear has already applied at the top here, and that's looking pretty good. So it's pretty simple to do, but we need two of them, so we'll need one at the bottom as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another one here called bottom. When I save that and refresh, we can see that it hasn't quite applied the way we want it to, and this is because we're going to have to change this section here. So for the background, which is just over here, we're going to change this to a display of flex, and we're going to justify the content here, and we're going to justify the content to, I think it is space around or space between, I think it is. So I think that should do. We'll also change the flex direction here to column. So that should do it. Let's save that and we'll refresh our website and see how that looks. Let's jump in here, and you can see that the top one's still there, and now the bottom one is in here too. The only problem is that they don't seem to be aligning very well, and I think that might be because of the line height. Let's save that and refresh, see if that fixes it up. Or maybe because the images don't have a flex of 1. So let's put in a flex of 1, and that should expand out there for width. Or maybe because we've got this on a column design. So let's refresh that again. No, that definitely doesn't seem to be fitting in properly. Maybe I'll remove this flex altogether for the time being, and let's refresh. So that's fitting in really well there, but I guess for the bottom one, we'll need to change up how that works. So what I'm thinking is I could put this bottom one in on its own little div here. So we can say this as a bottom dash overlay. So paste this in like this, and this one here can be top dash overlay. So that'll make more sense. And for the bottom overlay, what we could do is here for the background image, in here we'll do a position of absolute, and we'll set the bottom here to 0, left to 0, and right to 0, and we'll save that. I think that should fix it up. Great, so that's looking good. It still has that 1 pixel line there. So the other thing we could do, I guess, is we could essentially make it a -1 pixel there from the bottom. If we do that, that should, I hope, make it work a little bit better. So that looks like it's fit in much better now. The only other thing is maybe if we resize it, we need it to stick to the bottom there. So let's resize it. And that looks like it's resizing really well. The bottom one seems to have fit in just fine, but we're getting the top one here not fitting in very well. There seems to be a gap that's happening when we resize it a little bit here. So we might apply that same sort of an overlay here to the top. So let's do top here and pass in top -1 pixels, and we'll save that and we'll refresh. And looks like it's a little bit better, but as soon as we're getting here into that really small sizing, there seems to be that gap applying again, so I'm not too sure what's causing that gap, but let's see what we can do to play around with it to fix it up. Now, something is also overlapping on our design here, causing an overflow, so I'm going to figure out what that is too. To figure that out, sometimes the best thing to do is just to open up the section here and remove bits of the website one by one until it disappears. So in this case, it's not this, it's not the news. It looks like it was the welcome section. So here, over here in the welcome section, we've got something that's causing an overlap, and I guess we can narrow it down. We can actually grab the H2 title here, and it looks like it's the H2 title maybe causing an overlap. Let's remove that once more. No, maybe it's not that. Let's see what else is in here that could cause that. So we've got the tagline, this column section, and this column section. Nope. If we take out the whole welcome section, it looks like we still have that overlap, so it's not that section. Maybe it's the call to action. Nope, it's not the call to action. What about the news section? No, it's not the news section either. Home banner? Nope. And what about home about? Alright, so it looks like it is the home about section. So something in there is causing our design to overflow. So let's figure out what it is. It could be the images themselves. So if we take a look at this image here, if we remove this one and we remove the bottom one for the overlays, does that fix it up? That's the question. So I'm going to remove both of these, and no, that hasn't fixed it up. We remove the title holder and the container, that hasn't fixed it up either. Even if we remove the whole section, it still seems to be happening. So it might be the actual section here altogether with these negative margins causing it. So something in these two sections is causing this overlap. So let's see, there's a couple of ways to do this, to fix it usually, but the easiest is just to do an overflow -y and make that hidden. So I'm just going to apply that, and that should fix it up. So it has, but we're getting this weird order. If we do X, will that fix it up? Alright, that looks like it's fixed it up. So that's a little bit better now, but we do have this happening, and I think that's because it's a negative margin. You can also do overflow hidden in general, and that also helps sometimes, and that seems like it might have done the trick. Now, this section here, this top section, why is this not working the way we want it? So we've got this image, but it's not applying at the very top of our item. So we could test out display flex in here, and that seems to have fixed it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down here to the section for the top overlay and set that as display flex. So with these two things done, it should be working now, and everything looks good. We'll expand this out, and yeah, no, that's just about perfect. So I'm pretty happy with that now. So with that done, we have this section now made, which is pretty cool. And this section here flows nicely in from the section here above. You can see that we might have a little bit too much padding here on the bottom, and let's double check how that padding looks. So here we have what looks like a lot of margin from the top, and what we might do is we might remove that margin in this section because we don't need so much margin from the top. So what I'll do is I'll quickly jump in here, and for the home about, for the margin top, I'll just set that to 0 pixels, and that should flow in a little bit nicer. So that looks perfect and great. So we can resize this, and as we do, we can see that it's flowing in nicely, resizing nicely, and everything looks good. The only other thing maybe is we can reduce the padding when we go down. So let's see what other padding options we have in here. So these are the paddings we're applying here. So we might do a subset of that, And in here, what I might do is for padding top and bottom, might reduce these to maybe 100 and 200 here. And then over here, I could reduce them to maybe 50 and 60, 90. I don't know, maybe 100. Let's try that. Let's save that and refresh and see how that looks. Feels like a little bit too much, so I might move this up to 60 and this one to 30. So let's try that. Okay, that's a little bit too little, so I'm gonna increase these back to 50 and 100. And yep, so that looks better. Let's expand it out a little bit more. That looks good, but at the bottom here, it's a little bit too much, so I'll do 150 for the bottom part there. Yep, so that looks good, and then let's expand it out a little bit more. Alright, in this section here for LG, we could probably reduce it down a little bit. So what I'm thinking is maybe 125 and 200. So let's refresh and try that out. I think that's applied. Oh no, it hasn't yet, so I haven't put an LG there. Let's resave that and refresh. Okay, yep. Is that applying or not? It didn't look like it applied, so I'm just going to double check the syntax here. And 125 and 200. So it does look like that's applied. Just like doesn't feel like it's a small enough amount. So maybe I'll do 100 and 150 here. So let's refresh that. Let's put in PX in here so it actually applies. Yep. So we'll expand it out a little bit. And now we've got a bit more padding, now a bit less padding. And then finally much less padding here. So here we could do that maybe to 75 pixels here and maybe 125. So it's just a little bit of a difference. Yep. Perfect. So I'm really happy with that. That looks really good. And let's double check the actual responsive design elements here. Yep, so that looks good. I suppose it can have a little bit more padding there on the top for that smaller viewport. So I think 75 pixels will be just enough. Now the one thing I noted is that I completely forgot about is these little circles here at the bottom that we have to add in, and they've just got some images in there and they sort of look like our call to actions that we previously had, but without titles. So let's add those in too. And to add those in, let's have a look at our current design here. What I'm thinking is we'll just copy over these. These are nice and simple. We already got the styling for that, so I'm just going to jump in here. And maybe I'll copy this whole section actually. So we'll paste it here below the Home About Us section, but this will be called as Home About Images. And maybe we'll just call this Home About Image instead of Home About Action. So pass this in like this. And what else? We don't need a title, so I'll remove that from each one of those. And we can go up here to our section that we created for Home About Call to Action. And maybe we'll just pass in Home About Images. So, you know what? I'll leave most of those classes in like we had before, so we don't reutilize the same content too much. And we can just pass in this Home About Images in here. And the only difference that we'll do, I suppose, is creating a negative margin if we have, and where's the and symbol? And Home About Images. The margin can be maybe top of negative 100 pixels? Maybe 200 pixels? Let's give that a shot. So I'm just going to refresh that and let's see what we get here. Oh, so we've got our 3 images in here, but it looks like they need a little bit more room to go up. Now, there's another way we could do this. We could actually do a transform. And we can translate the Y to be -50%. So let's try that. I'll refresh that. And I think that's applied, but it's not enough. So I'm gonna do 100% and we'll refresh that once more. And that looks like it's applied really well there, except it's sort of, I think it's applied too much. So maybe we'll do 75%. That might be a better figure for us. And that's just about in the middle there. So that looks good. And now we can actually resize it. So when we resize it here on the LG viewport, it looks like, are there any margins being applied here? Nope. So that's perfectly fine. It just looks like when we get down to the LG viewport here, we're gonna do a -100% just so that that pops in a little bit better. So let's apply that and refresh. Sorry, that might be the XL viewport. Great, so that looks like it's coming in much nicer now. So the only other thing is this padding at the bottom might not be enough for this section. So over here, where we have home news, where we have home about, so that's home about, and we'll scroll down to home about here. And for XL, I'm gonna do a slightly smaller, lower padding, maybe 200 pixels. Let's save that and give it a test. 250. So let's push that up a little bit. Great, so that's just about right. And we can resize this down a little bit more. And now we need a little bit more padding. So this is the LG viewport, and I'm gonna push this up to 200 pixels. So that looks better. But the other part is that over here, where we have that negative transform happening, we're gonna have to push this up just a little bit, maybe by 25 pixels on the LG viewport. I'm gonna refresh that. Maybe that's a little bit too much. Maybe 15 there. Yep, so that looks good. So we're resizing and we're applying those effects, and they seem to be coming across really well. And then finally, when we get down to this viewport, we're going to get rid of the transform altogether. So I'm just going to do MD and we'll reset this back to 0. So let's refresh that. And let's see what we have here in our design. So over here in our design, we actually get rid of those images altogether. So that's simple enough. That's just display none. We might reset the transform just in case we ever decide to use those, just so that they don't go a bit wonky. But yeah, there we go. So we've done this section now, and that's looking really cool as well. So I'm really happy with this section. If we can have a look here from our design, just gotta make sure that it's all up to scratch. Yep, I've added in this, and I think this should look good later on. But for the time being, the only other thing is this subtitle section here, or the tagline. I might make that a little bit lighter because it's a little bit dark right now. So let's find that, and that's just over here. And let's scroll down to the home about us section. Oh no, alright, I'm already applying that lighter shade, so that's fine. Great, so with that all done, we can move on to the next section. And the next section here is the testimonials section with this nice background image. And this also has a bit of a background gradient here at the top, it looks like. So we can apply that. We've got about a little bit of a background at the top here too. So that looks cool. Let's take a look at designing that. So I'm just gonna create a new section here, and we'll call this home-testimonials. So let's collapse this section and let's create home testimonials. I think that's spelled correctly. And what we'll do is we'll do a container. And for this container, it looks like it's just going to be this right section here, and it's almost halfway through, but it's more like if we did a row and did a column of LG5, this other one would be a column of LG7. So that seems just about right. It's just that little bit of section there on the right. We've got this nice big H2 class here saying happy customers, and then we've got this section here for the testimonials themselves. So this one here could be called testimonial holder, I think. And here we could put in a p tag of the actual testimonial itself. So let's just save that simply for the time being and start designing this. Let's refresh the page here, and we've got a little bit of content, but nothing in general. So first thing we'll do is we'll pull out this big image here, and I'm just going to export this into Photoshop for us to be able to get started. And here we'll resave it and start editing it so that we can get it up and running. And one thing I like about this image is that we are applying here a bit of a white overlay, and this white overlay, how big is that? Let's expand this out, and it's about 250 pixels. So what we can do here is we've got this Photoshop image, and we can resize it down to 1920, and what we can do is we can actually just add that white overlay straight in here. So I might just add it in like this as a shape in Photoshop, and we'll give it a fill of none, but we'll apply a background gradient to it. And to do this, we'll just open it up here, apply a gradient, and in this case I want the gradient colors to not look like Instagram, but just be white on white. And finally, we'll just set an opacity here of 0. So that should do. We'll click OK on that. We'll update the alignment here to 90 degrees, and that'll make its way here from the top. And that's just about perfect. So I can save that now, and we'll save this as a JPG. And we'll save it with a medium color. Yeah, medium, sorry. Compression. So we'll save that, and we'll just put this straight into our images folder over here. So let's do that over here. We'll call this home testimonials BG. Let's save that, and we can put this into our design now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here to our CSS. We're going to grab this class here for home testimonials, and we'll create a new section for it. So let's collapse up some of these other sections here so we have a bit more room to look at, and we'll paste it in here. And here we'll do I usually like to have a overlay doing most of these, so I'm just going to do overlay here, or bg-overlay. We'll paste that in like that and save it. And we'll paste this in here, and we'll do this position as absolute, and this one here as relative. Then in here we'll do background, and we'll pass in image and do the URL here, and this will be that image we just created. So that's just here, home banner, and let's paste that in. And what we want to do is we want to do the background size to cover, background position to maybe top center, and background repeat to no repeat. So that should get us started. We just need to do top 0, bottom 0, left 0, and right 0 to fill out the absolute position there. And let's refresh and have a look at what we have. So it's not much, can't even see it yet, but that's okay. Now here we'll do a padding top of maybe 200 pixels and padding bottom of 200 pixels, and save that again. Refresh, and we start to see some of the content in there. But if you take a look at our design here, this happy customer section, we'll have to do that too. So let's do a H2 tag in here. We'll do font family, We'll pass in that font family. We'll do font size 72 pixels. Save that, and this box here, we'll design that too. So I think that was called the testimonial holder. So I'll just pass that in here with a padding of about 30 pixels. We'll do a background of secondary. I think it's secondary is this one here. We'll do the darker shade, save that, and do the font color to white. Let's save all of that and refresh, and we're starting to see the content coming in. I think I've copied over the wrong image here. What image are we using here? That's home banner, and we actually want the testimonials BG, so let's actually replace that. Let's save that and try again. There, so that's looking better. Now, how much spacing do we have here between the happy customers and this box? And it's about 60, about 50. On the bottom, it's about 100. So what I'm going to do here is for this, we're going to put in margin top 50 pixels here. We'll save that, and we'll also do a border radius, and that border radius is about 30 pixels too. So we'll do border radius 30 pixels. So that should start looking a little bit better. Great. And this padding here, it's actually way more. It's about 60 pixels, and this font size here is 24 pixels. So here we'll do font size 24 pixels, and padding will increase this to 60. Let's take a look now. Great, so that's looking a little bit better. The font weight has to be reduced as well, so we'll do font weight 300. Let's refresh that and take a quick look. Yep, so that's looking a little bit better, and the line height is a little bit higher there as well. So we'll do line height maybe 2 in this case, so that should make it space out a little bit nicer. Great. And finally we have this line, and we've got this subtext here for the author. So let's do that. We'll do separator, and we'll do in here author. We'll pass in the author. So for the separator, what I'm thinking is just a height of 1 pixel and a background of white. Let's save that, and then for the author, we're going to pass in that font, but we're going to have a different font height. So the font size is 30 pixels, so let's put that in here. Great, so that looks good. We'll refresh and we can see that in there now, but we do need to add a little bit of margin here on the separator. So I'll do margin top here 30 and margin bottom 30. Great, so that's looking good. We just have these little circle thingies here, and those will be something we'll add in later when we create a slider for this, but for the time being this should be enough for us to get started. The only thing now is that we created this element here above, and because of the fact that it's being moved, it's causing some issues here. So what I might have to do is I might have to have a negative margin on the bottom here for it to be able to work properly. So I'm going to go back to home news here, and maybe it's this one here, home about images, and we'll do a margin bottom. We'll do negative 75% and just see what that looks like. Let's save that and refresh. No, that definitely didn't look right. So let's remove that. Save, refresh. Instead of doing a transform of negative 25%, maybe we'll do a margin top of negative 75%. So let's try that. No, I don't think that worked either. All right. I guess what we could do is we could just apply a negative margin up here. So margin top negative 200 pixels. Let's give that a shot. We'll apply that. We could increase this to maybe 400. Let's apply that. Yeah, that's looking a little bit better. It's flowing in a little bit nicer. The only aspect to this is now for this section here, we're going to have to make sure that this is a position of relative with a Z index of maybe about 500, just so that it sits on top of the other content. So now we can see that it will sit on top of the other content, and that's flowing in a little bit nicer. Let's just double check how much spacing we have between those two elements, and it seems about right. The only thing here is that this item here might have to be a little bit bigger, because from what I can see, yeah, that looks better. So I'm gonna resave this JPEG. So it's creating a little bit of a gradient onto the top of this this lookout area, because if we have a look here, we can see that gradient has been applied. So let's refresh that, and we can see that's applied a little bit better now. So that's starting to look really good. I'm just thinking what else we can do for that. We've got the padding here from the bottom working. I think we've got a bit of a box shadow happening in here. I'm not sure. We've got that boxed line definitely, and a bit of a box shadow. So I'm going to apply that in, and that's very similar to our call to action item. So I think we've created this somewhere. Where is that border? Border. Here it is, 2 pixels dashed white. So we're going to use that in here for our testimonial holder, but we'll also pass in box shadow. And for box shadow, I'm thinking something very simple. So 0, 4 pixels, 8 pixels, 0, RGBA, 0, 0, 0, and 0.25% opacity. So that's just about 4 pixels to 8 pixels from the bottom box shadow, just so it pops out a little bit. So that's looking good. Great. So I think this section is almost done now. If we take a look at it here, this is what it looks like, and this is what it is. So I'm pretty happy with that. We'll import a slider later on to create this as a sliding effect, and then we can add those little buttons here at the bottom. But for the time being, this should get us started. Now, I guess we're up to the last bits here, which is just the bottom for a sign-in newsletter and social media. So let's take a look at creating those. This section here should actually be pretty easy, because we can copy this styling over from what we created here on the about and welcome section. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to call this home-sub and scribe, maybe. So scribe, just to make it nice and simple. And what we're going to do is we're going to copy over home about here, and we'll paste that in here with home, well, not home about, I think it was which section was that? Home welcome, served fresh. Yeah, maybe served fresh, yeah. So we'll copy that section over, and we'll paste it in here, and we'll take out the overlay because we won't be using that. Then over here for this content, I guess we won't really be using this content. So I'll just put some random text in here, and finally this subscribe button over here. I guess that can stay the same. So really we can probably just expand this out all the way. So I'm just going to make this row 11, and then in here we have the 2 words. So sign up, we'll copy that in here, and then subscribe to our newsletter, we'll copy that in here. Great. We'll put a contact form in here in a bit, but for the time being, let's create the styling for this. So I think we had some custom styling here for home about, and we'll do something similar. We'll copy this out, and what we're going to do is we'll just do background to, I think it's primary, and we'll put a background picture in there in a sec. So we'll copy this wavy color, but for the time being we'll just keep it simple. So let's refresh and see what that looks like. That's what it looks like right now, and if we take a look, I think that's almost perfect. There's just a little bit too much padding at the top and bottom, but we can fix that up. So what we are going to do is we're going to copy over some of this padding that we're applying. Where is that being applied? At the bottom there. Let's double check the CSS. So here it is. It's home about. So have we changed the, oh, we haven't. Subscribe. So we'll change that to subscribe and we'll refresh. And did we not label this properly here? Home subscribe. Yeah, that's definitely labeled correctly. Home subscribe. So let's refresh that. And then in here we should have a section called home subscribe. Here we go. So we didn't label it. We'll label that and save. We should see that pop up much better now. So that looks like it's working much better. We don't have any padding yet, but we can define this ourselves later on. We should also change the color here to white. Let's refresh that. Hopefully that'll turn white. Yep. We've got a little bit of the margin here happening at the top. So let's see what's causing that. So that's over here. We do have some margins being applied. So I'll take those out to start off with. We'll do margin top and margin bottom here, and we'll set those both to 0. We'll refresh to make sure that fits in here at the top. So that looks good. Then we'll do padding top 100 and padding bottom 100. Let's give that a test. And that's looking good now. And finally, we'll have these inputs in here. And what we can do is we can just go into WordPress. So let's quickly log in. And what we might do is we might grab the contact form. So let's have a look where that is. That's plugins. And then we'll go to new plugin. And we'll just grab contact form 7. So contact form 7. This is pretty standard when you're using WordPress and nice and simple to set up. So we'll just hit install on that one and create a basic form on here. And what we really want is just a couple of inputs. So name, email, and subscribe. So simple enough. Let's get that up and running. So that's installed. We'll activate it. And then here we can go into the settings and we can create to add a new form. And this one here will be a newsletter sign up. So I'm just going to do newsletter subscription. We only need the name and email, so I'll get rid of the other fields. And we don't need anything in general since we'll be using placeholder. So I'll remove all of that. In here I'll just do placeholder. I think, yep. And that'll have your name, and in here we'll do placeholder, your email. Great. The only other thing is maybe we could do this in a div row, and then we'll do div class call-lg-4. We'll pass in the first input. We'll close that off. And we'll do this same thing for the other inputs and then close off the row. We'll put the email in here and we'll put the submit in here. So that way that should fit in nicely. We'll copy this short code and we'll put it straight in here by doing $PHP, do short code, and we'll just paste it in like that. We'll echo it out as well. Let's save that, refresh, and go to our page here. Now if we go here, we should see, yep, so there's our subscription. It's gone a little bit wonky. Let's have a look why that is. So got our row here, but something's happened with the syntax. So I think I haven't done it properly. Let's double check it. Maybe I didn't close off one of the divs, something like that. We'll jump in here to the newsletter subscription. Yeah, so I didn't close this off. Let's save that and refresh. We'll jump back into our page and yeah, so that's looking much better now. So what I want to do is I want to customize this. So to do that, I'm going to jump in here to home subscribe. I'm going to add the input to width 100%. Maybe let's see some of the styling here. So it's got a little bit more padding. Let's do padding 1 EM, font size 24 pixels, color black, background white, Border 2 pixel solid, dotted white maybe, dashed, and I think this is actually primary -300, so we'll save that. We'll refresh and see what we get. So that's looking good. We'll do height auto, min height auto, and line height initial. Great. Save that. That'll just reset some of the styling there, so that looks all better. Now I'm wondering why these aren't taking the full width here, and this row here doesn't seem to have taken effect really well. So with Understrap we have this contact form 7 in here, and that's got a max width of 600. So I'm just going to remove that and resave our application. That should expand out, so that's looking much better now. And finally we could just resize these just a little bit, so maybe I'll do 3 in here, and then for the email or the name it could be a little bit longer, so I'll do this one to 5. Let's resize that and refresh, and that's looking a little bit better now. So finally, this send button, we're going to change out how this looks. We're going to do subscribe in here, so let's copy over this word subscribe. We'll paste it in here, and then in here we'll do an and type equals submit. So this will look if the input is a submit, and we'll do a background of secondary, color of white, hover, and the hover can essentially set this to secondary -300 maybe. Let's refresh and see what we get. Okay, so that's looking good. I think this one here for the sign up, we're gonna have to change the color for that. So where is the color for that? I think that's the H2 span. So let's copy that across in here. We'll just take out most of that content. And in here we'll do color. We'll do, I think, primary? Is it primary or secondary? It's the 5D color, and the 5D color is secondary. Oh, sorry, primary -300. So let's save that. And this is looking fine now. I'm pretty happy with that. A little bit less padding there on the buttons, I think. So I might change out the padding here to 0.75 EM and 1 EM. So let's try that out. Yeah, so that's just about perfect. And now all we have to do is add that background image, and that'll be easy enough. We'll just pull that out in Photoshop and apply it. So let's resize this a little bit. Looks like that's fine. We'll save that as a JPEG, but I'm going to lower the quality here because it's not a very important image. And we'll save this as subscribe BG. And then in here we can apply it. So I'm just going to do background -image URL image subscribe -bg.jpg. We'll do background size, cover, and background position, I think it is. And for background position we'll just do center. Let's save that, refresh. So that's looking good, but I think it's a little bit too light. We might have to give it some opacity here. So to give it some opacity, I guess we could do it a number of ways. So we could do this as a position of relative and actually move this into a before element. So let's do this. Content, none, display block, position absolute, top 0, bottom 0, right 0, and left 0. Let's save that, refresh. So that still looks the same more or less. The other thing we'll have to do in here is add a container and do the position to relative, just so that our content actually comes back. So there's our content. And for this, we'll set the opacity to 0.5, so that way it can be a little bit darker. Yep. So I think that's just about right. I'm pretty happy with that. Obviously, the colors aren't exactly the same. But if we don't have it any darker, then we might not see that sign up. Even now, it doesn't look very much like it's standing out. Whereas in mine here, because it's darker, it stands out a lot more. So we'll leave that as is. Now we do note that we have these dotted lines here on this box. So we're going to have to apply that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this section here, and I think that's dashed. And we're going to apply this to the whole section, but only at the top and at the bottom. So let's do that, bottom. And in this case, the color I think is just white. So I'm just gonna put white in here. Let's save that and refresh. And we should see that take effect. Yep, so they're at the top and at the bottom there, and that's looking good. So that's that section done. I think if we resize this, it should just work. Yep. So we'll have to redo the padding at the top and redo the inputs here because those aren't being very responsive. So what I'm going to do is I'll just grab these ones here that we were setting. I'm going to apply them in here. So for that padding top, padding bottom, we'll refresh that. Let's try that out. So we'll do one more here for LG, I think. Maybe we'll do that to 75 pixels. I think maybe XL. Let's try XL. Yep, so that's better. Let's resize that, resize that. Yep, that still looks good. The happy customer section has a little bit too much padding there. I would like to be able to change that, but I'll do that a little bit later. And let's keep resizing that. Yeah, so that's just about perfect now. Now all we have to do is just redo these inputs. So for the inputs, I'm just gonna copy these responsive queries again, and in here, what I'm thinking is, let's see, on this viewport here, we could probably change our font size down to 20 pixels. Then here maybe 18 pixels. So let's refresh. So that looks better already. We'll resize here. And we'll do margin bottom 0.25 EM just so that it's got a bit of a gap there on those items. Doesn't seem to be applying. I wonder why. Let's have a look here. Alright, so maybe we'll apply it on the LG here. So let's move this up one. Alright, that's looking better. And then we'll keep going down. So that looks just about right. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's actually take a look at our design, because sometimes I forget to look at that. So it actually does change a little bit. So what we want to do here is jump back into our contact form. And in here, we'll change it up a little bit. So let's do that as LG. This one can be XL, and XL, whereas this one can be LG. So what that'll do is essentially make sure that all these elements work properly. Let's see, 4 plus 5 is 9 plus 12. Yep. So let's save that and refresh and see what it looks like. So in here, that looks good. We'll resize it down. Now we've got it left, right, and center. We'll have to add in a little bit of more margins here. So I'm thinking maybe 30 pixels. Yeah, let's do 30 pixels. Let's refresh that. That looks better. And then we'll resize down. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. I think the only other thing we have to do is for this subscribe button, we actually are using this custom font here. So let's change that. And let's see where we're using the font as well, so I can copy it down. Here we are. And then for the input on the type here of submit, we'll apply that font. So that should update. Yep, so that looks better now. Perfect. All right, so that section's looking really good now. On all responsive levels, we could probably have a little bit less padding there on the bottom, but actually no, I think I'm happy with that amount of padding. Let's double check. Yep. So this section here for the happy customers, it definitely needs to change how the padding works. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy these responsive queries here. And for home about, we have to find the section here for testimonials. We'll paste it in here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy over this section here where we're doing margin negative 200 pixels. I'll reset that to 0. I'll do padding bottom to maybe 60 and padding top to 60. So let's refresh that. You should see that apply. Great. So that's looking way better now. Let's have a look at our design here. Yep. So that's exactly what we wanted to do. Might just give it a little bit more padding. So we'll leave it here at 60 and we won't change the SM level. Let's refresh that. Yep, so that's good. Let's resize it a little bit bigger. Here. So what we're gonna do is on this viewport here, on Excel, I think we're gonna have to do the margin top to much less, maybe negative 200. So let's refresh that. Maybe 150. No, maybe 250. Let's keep testing that out. All right, so that looks good. Yep, so I'm really happy with that. That seems to be fitting in well here. And then this viewport, that still fits in very well. Then in this viewport, that fits in well. And finally in this viewport, that collapses really well. So all of these sections are now pretty much flawless. We can now move on to the next section. So the next section will be to design the social media here. And if we take a look at that, that section is pulling in a Facebook post, some Instagram posts, and it's got this introduction, which is similar to some of the other content we've done. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up here to the section we created earlier for welcome to the back beach. And we're gonna copy that section down below. So let's jump up here, and I think it's just this one here. So let's copy that. And down here, we'll paste it in. And this one can be called home dash social. Let's put that in, home dash social. And with that, we'll update the text as well. So for the text over here, what we'll do is we'll copy this word social. We'll also paste in follow us on Facebook and Instagram. And the next part is to build out this Facebook post and this Instagram post. And what we might do is, let's just quickly save that and see what we get. So this is what we're getting here. And what we're gonna do is we'll also update the styling. So let's find that section for home about. And it's similar to our others. So I'll just paste this in here. Let's save that and refresh. We should see that appear. Yep. And let's double check the padding and everything to make sure that's good. So the padding looks like it's already good, but we don't actually need the content underneath. So this tagline and everything here, we can more or less remove all of that. And here where we've got 8, I guess we could remove most of that too. We could probably just leave it as a container even. So I'll save that as is. I think that should be enough. We could, let's have a look. We could actually set this up to be maybe 11 and the rest will be empty. So let's put that in. That'll be 11 columns there. Great. In here, we can put the Facebook dash holder. And for this Facebook holder, for the time being, I might leave it blank. We could fill it out a little bit later, but we can put in the content in here. So let's scroll down. So in here, we'll just put in Facebook dash holder. For this, it might need a couple of things. It might need, say, a title. So let's put title in here. Might need an FA as well for the actual icon. We might need a content holder, and for that content holder we'll have two sections to it. We'll have the image and we'll actually have the content itself. And for the Facebook holder itself, we'll do a border of 2 pixels dashed with the secondary color. That should be good, and maybe a padding of about 60 pixels. For the title there, we'll want that font family that we're applying in other places, so let's pass that in here. And if we take a look, the actual font size here is about 60 pixels. So let's put that in, font size 60 pixels. And that's just for the title here. So we'll also do a margin bottom here of about 60 pixels and maybe a height of maybe 600 pixels, just so we can see it. We'll save that and refresh, and let's see what we get. So there's our content. If we have a look over here, we might want to fill out some of that stuff here. So we'll have the title, we'll have the content holder, we'll have the image here on the left, and we'll have the content here on the right. For the title, let's pass in what's new on Facebook. And before that section, we'll also pass in fa-facebook. And this will create that little Facebook icon. So that's looking good. We'll also add a bit of a border radius to this. So let's do border radius, maybe 15 pixels. I think that should be about right. So that's the design. That's looking pretty good there. And then I suppose we've got the image here. This is about 50% of the width. So what we could do here instead is we could do for the content holder, where is that? Here it is. We could just turn this into a row. And for this row, we could do col-lg-6. Pass in the image in here, which we might pass in as an actual image, and col-lg-6 again, and this will actually be the content. And for the content here, what do we have? We've got a section here for metadata, so let's do here metadata. We also have a section here for some general text, so I'm just going to do a p tag. And then a button here at the bottom that says read on Facebook. So at the very bottom here, let's do button, and we'll pass that in, and we'll do that as an a tag. href, that won't go anywhere just yet, but we can fix that up later. That's fine. Let's indent this and give it a quick save. And here for the image, I just might pass in any image we might have right now. So like this call to action right now. So let's pass that in, and I think we were using a theme function earlier here in WordPress to create an image. So I'm going to reuse that, and we'll paste it in here in this section right here for the image. We'll replace this SVG, and here we'll call news item. Let's save that, refresh, and have a look at what we get. All right, so that's starting to take shape. Let's see what else we need to do to fix this up. So what I'm thinking is we need to fix up the color here for that title. So to do that, we'll jump in here. We'll do color to be, I think, secondary. Let's save that, refresh, so that looks better. The icon here is a custom blue, I think. Let's double check. No, it's the primary blue. So what we'll do is we'll set the color here to primary, And it also has a bit of a margin there, so I'm gonna do a margin of 1 EM. Let's refresh. Maybe half an EM. That might be a little bit better. So let's save that and refresh once more. Alright, so that looks good so far. We could maybe change the icon here to dash square. I think if we do this, we might have an outline there on the F. Yep, so that's looking better now. And finally, we'll have this metadata here. So here we've got the date and here we've got the likes. So here for the metadata, let's type in date and likes. For the date, let's pass that in. And for the likes, let's pass this section in. 24 likes. And for metadata, let's actually pass this in as well. So here we'll remove content holder and we'll just have content. Here we'll have metadata. We'll do a display of flex for that. And then we have the 2 sections there for date and likes. So let's do date and likes in our data here. We'll set them both to a flex of 1. And let's refresh to see what we get. Yep. For this font over here, I'm going to pass it only into the title so that the rest of the font stays standard. Great. And then we'll pass in these 2 icons here. So let's go i.fa-fa-like, I think it might be. Something that is a little bit strange is actually that there's no padding at the bottom there. Let's inspect that and see what's going on. So it looks like the manual height we're applying for this box is sort of overriding the details that we have over here. So let's remove this height and resave that. That should take effect a little bit better there. So that's looking much better now. And now what we could do is update the metadata here. So let's jump in. Over here, we'll need the 2 FA classes. So here I'm gonna do calendar, I think it is. Let's save that and give it a test. So that's popped up, and likes might be maybe plus or thumbs up or something like that. What we could always do is go to fontawesome.com, and over here they always tell you where icons are. And it looks like they've redone on our website a little bit here. I just want the old website and I just want to grab the like. And I think the like is just a thumbs up. So thumbs dash up. So let's pass thumbs dash up in here. Refresh, and there we can see that icon. The styling for those aren't exactly what we want yet. So the icons need to be a little bit bigger and they need that color there. So what I'm going to do is for the FA in here, I'm going to do color to be primary 300. I'm going to do font size to be 2 EM. So let's give that a quick test. That's looking better already. 2 EM might be a little bit much, so I'm just going to do 1.5. The margin right of 0.25 EM. So let's save that, and that's looking good. We also need a section here with a border bottom. And for this border bottom, let's have a look at the details we have here. So we actually have these dashed lines. So we'll copy over this one here. And we'll just do, I think, primary 300 as well. So let's save that and refresh. So there we've got that line. We also need to give it some padding, and that's not much, just about 30 pixels. So let's do padding, bottom 30 pixels, and margin, bottom 30 pixels. Let's save that and refresh. Make sure we spell it correctly. You can see now that it's working a little bit better. What else do we need here? I guess this font weight does look a little bit darker. So what we could do is we could just generally do font weight of 500 here, or maybe just 400. Let's save that, refresh. Maybe 500. Let's increase that a little bit. Doesn't seem to be taking effect. Maybe the P tag is overriding it, but let's take a quick look. Yeah, it does look like the P tag is overriding it. So I'm gonna pass in a p tag here with a font weight of 400. Let's refresh that once more, and that looks much better now. Finally, the button here is actually at the very bottom of this image. It's almost 150 pixels at the bottom. For me, that feels like too far, so I'm just going to keep it simple. After the content here, we've got a p tag. After the p tag, it's about margin bottom 30 pixels. I want to keep it consistent with everything else, so that looks a little bit better, I think. That way it's a little bit closer and centralized on this bit of content. Great, so we've got this social aspect done now. We can also resize it. I think you can see that it's resizing okay. We'll just need to resize some of the way these titles are working. So to do that, let's jump in here to the title and let's pass in some media queries. So over here, I'm going to copy them over. And over here, what we're going to do is just update them just a little bit. So what I'm thinking here for LG is maybe we'll change this to 48 pixels. Margin bottom maybe 45 pixels. So let's save that and take a look. That's just about here. Yep. Then if we keep going down to a lower viewport, we don't want any of these taking effect. Let's remove those. Refresh once more. Alright, we could reduce this down a little bit more. So now what I'm thinking is maybe 36 pixels and 30 pixels of margin at the bottom. So let's refresh that. That's looking good. But at this same level, I might remove the padding that we're applying. So here we're applying 60 pixels of padding. I might reduce that to 30. Let's refresh that, and that's looking good now. And let's keep going down the levels for the title there. So I think we could reduce this down to maybe 30 pixels here. So let's refresh that once more. Yep, so that looks good. I think 30 pixels will be fine for the time being. Now for this image here, I think that's fine. We don't have to do anything particular for the image. So what I might do is over here where we're essentially getting to this viewport here, we'll make sure that the content has a bit more margin here at the top. So we'll do margin top 30 pixels. And this will be on the MD viewport, I think, or the LG viewport. So let's refresh that. We'll apply that on MD, I think. Maybe I'm not applying this in the right spot. Let's inspect here. Yeah, so I have to apply it on the metadata. I'm not applying it in the right place. So let's pass it in here. And let's save. Let's refresh. Move to LG, because I think I've done it one layer too low. That still isn't applying. What's going on there? We'll inspect and we'll see that margin bottom is being applied. Actually, let's just put it back up here in content, and I think that should fix it. Yep, so that looks good. Great. So with that done, it's now responsive and it looks like it's working really well. I don't think we need to change anything else particular here. So yeah, no, that's good. So we've got our Facebook aspect done. And now we just need to add the Instagram aspect over here. We can copy over a lot of the stuff we've done over here for our Facebook holder, such as this title holder. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create here Instagram holder. We'll pass in the title and let's copy this over here. And in this case, I'm going to replace this Facebook square with Instagram. For this Instagram holder, we'll create a content in here for it. And we'll also, I guess we could even just, I suppose, copy over this title section. Let's copy that over. And I think that's about it. I don't think we have to change anything else. So there it is. It's got the wrong color, so I'm going to remove this and set it to primary. Let's save that. We'll also do margin top maybe 100 pixels. Let's see what it is. It's about 80. So let's put 75 pixels to be safe. And the FA in this case is the secondary color, so let's put that in too. So now if we take a look at it, it should look much better. Refresh. Save that. And there we go. So the images here, we'll add these in later. So I'm gonna leave that for the time being. But we could just put in some placeholders. So something like row. Might just leave it as is. No, I think that's fine. So we'll put in a shortcode later in here and grab those images. But for the time being, now we can move on to the footer. And the footer is just this contact us message with some more details. So this is nearly the finish of this first part of the website for the home page, and that's looking really cool. If you want to know which plugin I like for Instagram, it's just the free one here from the plugin section. So I think it's done by Smashballoon or something like that. Instagram. Let's browse for that, and we might as well install it now. Here it is. So I'm just going to install that so we can get the content in there. While that's installing, let's see about maybe doing this footer section over here. And this footer section is sort of similar to one of the other sections we did here for the news posts, but in this case we're combining a couple of other elements such as the title and secondary aspect here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump in here and I'm going to copy over the home section that we created earlier, and I might copy over, let's see which section we can copy over. Maybe the social one here. So let's jump into the social one. We'll copy this across and we'll actually go to footer.php here. And for footer.php, we got rid of most of the content, but in here we can paste in that home social content and we'll rename this. We might actually even remove it altogether. And we'll grab this footer ID and we'll pass this into our CSS. So over here where we have the CSS for all of this time I'm going to add in the tag, which will be an ID. So wrapper-footer. Doing so and saving that, we should get some of that content down here. So let's refresh that. And we'll also want to get rid of some of the other content that we don't need, such as all of this down here. So for now, I'm just going to remove this Instagram and Facebook content. We'll save that once more. So let's jump in and see what we get. If we refresh, where is it? So we've got the social aspect here. Oops, I think I've removed that from the wrong place. So let's remove this. And in here, this is where we need to remove that content. So I'm just going to remove the Instagram holder there and the Facebook holder, and we'll save that. And let's make sure that everything's loading properly. So we'll save this. Yep. And then let's refresh. So now we've got our social here, and this will now be our footer section. So for our footer section, we want this background image. And previously we were using the background image just over here on the Mother's Day section. And if we have a look at this, this was just in home bg-image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reuse that. So let's jump here into home bg-image, and I'm going to copy over this bg-image class, and we're going to paste it here into our section here for the about section. So let's jump in here. And for the wrapper-footer, we'll do and wrapper-footer, and in here we'll pass in bg image. And then what we'll do is over here in our footer, we'll just simply put this in, and that should just automatically apply. We might need to make sure that this section here is also a position of relative, but I can put that in. Now if we scroll down to the bottom, we should see that picture pop up. I seem to have gotten the wrong picture there, so let's just check bg-image once more. So we've got the one here, we've got one here, now we've got another one here, maybe it's this one. So let's scroll back to our section here. We'll replace the BG image with news-bg, and there we go. So that's looking a little bit better. Background size cover, yep, so everything seems okay there. Now we just have to fill out some content for this. So we've got the contact form in there. What else do we need? We'll need to make sure that the content in here also has a position of relative so that it's on top. So let's refresh that. That should come up on top. And let's save that. Yep, so that's looking good. We'll also update the text. So let's copy over the text here to be contact, and the text under here to be sent a message below. So that should do. And then another thing we'll need to do is make sure that we actually have a contact form there. So we'll just use the contact forms like last time, but this time I'll create a new one called maybe footer form. Great. So I'm just gonna double check. We need your name, phone, email, and message. So your name, your phone. We don't need subject, so I'm gonna remove subject. Here, we'll update this to phone. We'll set this to tell, and your phone will be in here. Other than that, we probably need these to be in a div of class row. And we also want these to be in a div of class column LG6. I think that should do. And we'll save that here, and we'll close this div off and create another one on the other side, and then close off the row entirely. So we'll save that for the time being, and I'm gonna put that in here. So we'll do PHP echo do underscore short code. And we'll pass in the short code here, and we can echo this out. So let's see what we get. We'll jump back into the Backbeach website down here, scroll down. We can see our contact form is there. Let's see, in terms of the design, we don't need the labels. So what I can do is I can jump back in here and I can remove most of these labels. We can replace them with, say, placeholders or something like that. So let's remove all of those. And once we have those removed, we should be able to have the design look a little bit better. So this should fix it up. Let's remove the labels here. And finally, I think that's it. Let's save that. And let's jump in here and see what we get. So that's looking better. We could probably have some placeholders there. So here I'll do placeholder, your name, and we'll copy that across to the email and the phone, your phone and your email. Let's save that and refresh. So that's looking a little bit better. We're missing the line here as well for the border bottom. Not sure if I'm not putting in properly. No, it's definitely meant to be in there. Maybe it's the wrong color. It needs to be a darker shade, but let's see. It might actually have to go on the class above it, maybe. Title holder in here. So what I'll do is over here I'll pass in title holder as position of relative, and that should make it pop up, which it has. So that's better. And also this background image doesn't look right. Here it looks fine, but here I think it's because it's a background of cover. So I'm gonna do background position of top center, and that should fix it up so it looks a little bit better. Yep, so that's looking much better now. And now we just need to fix up these inputs. So if we take a look, these inputs, I think we've set some inputs before. Let's see if we can grab those and apply them. So I'm just going to copy these down here into the footer, and we're just going to paste them in here. Let's save that and see what we get. So that's looking better already. In here, we also need to do one for the text input. So let's pass it in here, text input. That's correct, yep. So let's put that in, and that should look a little bit better. Oh no, sorry, that's text area. There we go, we'll save that. And the only other thing here I'm thinking is to pass in the margin bottom of 30 pixels a little bit earlier, just so that that fits in nicely. So yeah, looks like that's almost all done. The submit button probably can come up a little bit sooner. So here we'll do X3, I think, and that'll make it 3 rows in height. So maybe 4, we'll do X4. That should be just about right. And for the text area here, we'll also add in a placeholder, and we'll do this as your message. Great. So that's looking really good. If we take a look here in our design, the only other thing that I'm thinking we might need here is maybe a little bit more padding. And I can also get rid of the manual height that I think I'm setting here for 8,000 pixels. So let's get rid of that. Have a look at this. So in terms of the design, we do have a little bit more padding there on the top, maybe 120 pixels. Whereas here we don't have as much. So let's go down here to the section. And I'm gonna move this down a little bit below maybe. Or maybe we can reuse one of the ones we've done earlier. So here, I like this one. Let's copy over the styling we've used here. Let's scroll back up and we'll apply it in here. So padding top, bottom, we'll get rid of the border. The rest we can keep, and I'll refresh that, and that should be spaced out much better now. So that's looking much better. The only thing we need now is maybe the copyright section here below. So that should be pretty simple to do. We'll just jump back into the footer here. And then maybe we do a copyright here, and we'll paste this in. And then for this copyright section, I'll just pass it in as a class. And in terms of the styling, it doesn't really have anything in particular. It just needs a little bit of margin there from the top. So I'm going to do margin top, maybe 45 pixels. And let's refresh and check that. So that's in there. And finally, we just need this warning here. This is the very bottom part, and we can almost save this in underneath. So what I might do is I might actually create this as a completely separate section. So over here, we'll paste it maybe, let's take a look how we can do this. We could do this right here underneath, maybe as a footer dash warning. And for the footer dash warning, let's create a quick class for that, and that can be outside of everything near the bottom down here. And what I'm thinking is maybe a background of primary, a color of white, padding top of 50 pixels and a padding bottom of 50 pixels. And let's double check that is accurate. So yeah, that's more or less accurate. Could probably be a bit less, so maybe 45. And then we've got this big icon here and this text. So I'm going to copy out this text to start off with. So let's save that in here to a container. And in here we'll pass in the text, and this will be the title text, and this will just be a p tag, I think. This might even be a h3 tag, just to keep it nice and clean. Let's fix that up. So over here, h3, great. So we'll save that. And the only other thing we need in here, I suppose now, is this icon here. And what is this? This is a custom icon, it looks like. So I'm gonna see if I can export this out. Let's select here to save and export the selected item, possibly as a PNG in this case for the web. With that done, it should be in our images folder. We can just import it in here. So let's import that, and let's see if we can pass in something from our header here, the get template directory URL. And I'm gonna pass this in here. And in this case, our image, it's called, what is it called? It might not even have a name. I think it's just called group something, but we'll call this wine-cups. So let's pass this in here. And let's save that and see what it looks like. We'll refresh. And no, that I've copied the wrong thing in there. So that's not what I was after. Let's go after these cups. So let's actually open up this directory and have a look. Here it is. So let's copy this over. We'll get the 2x version of it so that it's high definition and save that. We'll refresh once more. And there it is. And the only other thing we need to do is make sure that it's aligned properly. So right now, we could put these in some columns. So I'll just do row, col-lg dash maybe 3 and col-lg dash 9. We'll paste this in here for the content, and for the image, we'll paste it here in the 8th LG3 column. We'll save that and let's have a look at the sizing for that. We'll just scroll down here to the bottom. So it's got a little bit too much size. So I'm going to reduce that just a little bit, maybe 2 and 10. Let's save that. And that's looking much better. The only other thing now we need to do is make sure it's on the same line height. So let's do, I think it is row align items center. Let's save that. Refresh, so that's looking much better. And this needs to be much bolder and font size 24. So that's for the H3 tag. And let's jump in here. H3 tag, font size 24 pixels, font weight 600. Let's refresh and have a look. That doesn't seem to be 24 pixels, and maybe it is. Okay. Somehow in here it seems a lot bigger, but that's okay. Maybe if we do it a little bit bolder then, so maybe 800. Let's save that and refresh. Yeah, so that's looking a little bit better, and these wine cups can be a little bit smaller, so I'm thinking maybe if we jump in here and we do a width of, let's see what their width is, 84 pixels. Let's refresh that. Yeah, that's better, except now this could almost be one column and this can be 11. So let's refresh. Great. So let's resize this, and that seems to fit in just fine. We'll have a look at our design here when we resize. So yep, no, that's all good. I'm happy with that. We'll keep resizing to test here. Yep, and this might actually collapse down. So for example, we could do col-xl-1 and col-xl-11. LG can be 2 and 10. And then col-md-2. Yeah, 2. Let's do this as 10 and save that and just quickly refresh to see what we get. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good. Let's scroll out here. That looks good. All right, so that's resizing well. What about our text input here? As we resize, it seems to go across well. There's some margin here at the bottom that I don't want to have, so I think that's just, let's have a look over here. Here it is. And what I want to do is I don't want the margin at the bottom, so I'm going to do margin bottom 0 pixels, and that should fix that up. So let's refresh, and that's looking much better now. So now it's resizing, and as we go down each viewport, it seems to be collapsing very well. The only thing that I might do is I might reduce the margins we're applying here for the copyright. So let's grab this copyright, and what we'll do is on the MD level, maybe we'll reduce this to say 30 pixels, and then maybe on SM we'll reduce it to 15 pixels. Okay, so I think that's it. I think our design is more or less done here now. I might reduce this earlier and set this to 30 pixels because 45 feels like too much. Let's have a look at what we're applying in here. Yep, so that's just about perfect. Yeah, yeah, I think this image could have a little bit of a margin there at the bottom as well. So let's scroll down here. And for the image, I'll do margin dash bottom 15 pixels, and maybe at the top as well, margin top 15 pixels. So let's save that. Yep, so that looks good, and that looks good. Great. So that's our design now done. We've fully finished this, and one of the cool things I like to do when a design is finished is actually add a little bit of animation, because a little bit of animation just makes it a little bit more fun and interesting. And we can test this out with a package called Wow Animation, I think. And it works with animation.css, and we can add some of these animations in so we can test out how that might look. So let's do that. Let's add some animation to this now that we're finished with the actual design, because yeah, it's come together. And in terms of the design here, I think, yeah, it looks good. So for the animation, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import these packages directly into our assets. So to do that, I'm just going to download them, and I already have a copy of them downloaded in the past. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag and drop them straight into our files. But you can get them from the GitHub directory. So in this case, what I'm going to copy over is animated.min.css. And that should get us up and running. And here in JS, I'm gonna do the same. I'm just gonna copy over wow.js and maybe Swiper as well. I've got some other ones here that I use, like this custom .js, and this is sometimes just to add some custom functionality, but in this case I'm not really using any. The only thing I'm doing here is using the Wow package and initializing it, but only on desktop, not on mobile. And I'm doing this by calling new Wow and passing in mobile.false. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Ink here, and I'm going to import a custom PHP file. And this one is just called moshi.php. So let's jump in here to the Ink folder and import moshi.php. And what this is just a file which I've got a custom function here called the post summary, but we're not going to use this. We're just going to use this, which enqueues the scripts. And this is for animation.css, wow.js, custom.js, and our swiper, which we might or might not use, but I just like to put those in just in case. So let's save that. And with that in there, the only other thing we need to do is jump into our functions file, I think it is, and import the Moshi package here. So import moshi.php. Let's save that. And now I'll show you what you can do with this. We can jump into our header here, and we can jump into, say, the logo section, which is just over here. And here we can pass in a class wow to start the animation, maybe zoom in as an animation type. Now if we go to the top of the page and refresh, we'll see the logo actually zooms in. So that's really cool. We can also fade in down. It's another animation type. So that looks good too. We can start applying this to other pages too, but before we do that, what I usually like to do is check whether we're on the home page or not, because you only want the animations to occur if you are on the home page. So what we can do is we can call this line of code here, and this checks if you are on the home or the front page on WordPress, and only applies the animation if you are. So in this case, what this is this checking, is the front page the current page, and if it is, it adds this bit of animation code in here. I'm going to copy over this section, and I'm going to start applying it in different areas. So I might apply it in here as well, and in here I'll pass in data, wow, delay, and maybe 0.25 seconds. So this way we first get the logo, then we get this reservation, maybe finally the social media icons, which might be last over here. And let's do a data, delay of maybe 0.5 seconds on here. There we go. Data, delay 0.5s. There we go. Let's refresh. So that's looking much better. Then we can do the same here for the menu. So for the menu section here, we'll just pass in wow fade in up, maybe in this case. In this way, if we have a look at it, it just has a little bit of a different animation in there, but there's lots of ways we can do this. We could actually even apply this to one section above, so maybe even here for the nav bar section. So that looks all right. We could make this go down instead, for example, see if that looks okay too. I usually like to test and play around to see what seems to work and what seems to not work. But I think the down interaction looks the best so far, so I'm just gonna leave it like that. I might increase the duration, so data, wow, duration. And in this case, I'll do 1.5 seconds, so it's a little bit slower. Great. Now for the dining experience, for this tagline here. This is now moving further into our content. So we're gonna go into home, the template home. We're gonna scroll up here to the very top. We're gonna add this animation in, and this should be pretty simple. I'll just pass in class in here. And in this case, we don't need to check if we're on the home page because we are. And I might just do this as fade in left. So that doesn't look very good. If we do up, let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks okay. And finally, for this whole section here, we might do wow fade in, data, wow duration. And for the duration for this, I might set it at maybe 1.5 seconds again. So let's refresh that. That's not enough. I'm thinking a little bit more, maybe 3 seconds. And this is just for the beach to slowly fade into view. Sometimes even 6 seconds might do it. So yeah, that's looking okay. And for this section here, I might do data, whoa, delay of 3 seconds. So 3 seconds was too much. I might do 1 second. Yeah, 1 second's good. All right, so now for these sections here, for the call to action, I'll just do whoa, zoom in. I think that should be a simple one, so let's try that. Yep, so the zoom in looks good. We'll pass that into all of them, but we'll do a data, whoa, delay of maybe 0.2 seconds. And over here, we'll do 0.4 seconds. Let's save that and refresh. So that looks pretty good. Now for this section, welcome to the back beach. We can add some animation in here too. So let's go to this next section here. And in here, I'm thinking a class of maybe, wow, fade in left. Let's see what that looks like. Somehow I don't like that. Let's apply this on one level above. And let's try that again. Don't like that either. What about fade in up? Let's give that a test. So that looks a little bit better actually. What about over here for the actual content, for the tagline? Let's see what we can do. We could do fade in up here as well, or we could do fade in down. So let's try fade in down. I don't like fade in down. What about fade in up again? Fade in up still looks the best, I think, here. So we might keep that as a consistent animation throughout. So I'll pass that in here too. Great, and for the read more button, we could try out whoa, fade in right. Let's try that out. Yeah, that looks fine. All right, so we've got our next section here. So what I'm gonna do is let's copy over this class, and we might reuse it for a lot of the elements. In this case, the news image can be a simple zoom in. This section here for Mother's Day, we'll use fade in up, and whoa, fade in right. That should be fine. Then the next section here, this is for freshly made or whatever it is. So let's pass in fade in up here. I wonder if these tears can be animated. That'd be cool. Whoa, fade in, down. Let's try that out. I'm not sure if that'll work. Oh, it does. What about slide in, down? Alright, I'll leave slide in, down in here, and over here I might pass in slide in, up, because that sort of has a cool effect. Okay, so that's looking good. We'll pass in fade in, up to these ones here below as well. And this one over here, fade in, right. Great, so this section is done now. Let's do the next, and this is for these 3 images, so we can just do zoom in effects again. Zoom in, we'll pass that in a couple of times, and we can copy over data, whoa, delay of 0.2s, and this one can here be 0.4s. So let's refresh that, and they have some nice animation now. Now the happy customers, we can copy over that H2 animation we're providing here. So let's copy this one, and just over here we'll pass it in. Over here we'll pass in, whoa, fade in, up. And this one over here for the author, whoa, fade in, left. So let's try that. Yeah, that's okay. We probably don't need the animation here for the author. But what we could do is maybe fade this in from the right. Let's try that. What about from the left? Somehow both of those don't look very good. What about zoom in? Yeah, zoom in looks alright for that. So I'll leave that as zoom in. And we're almost getting to the bottom of the sections here. So let's finish this up now. We'll do one over here and do one over here. And for the short code here, should we get an animation for that? I guess that could be a zoom in or a fade in up. So I might just do a containing div up here and pass in a class. Whoa, fade in, up. That should be pretty simple. Let's save that and refresh. That's fine. And then one here for the social media. So I usually like to keep these simple, so I'm just going to do a fade in for both of them, for the Instagram and for the Facebook. And now we just need to do the footer animation. And usually I only do the footer animation on the home page, so I'm going to copy over that if script once more. And here for the footer, we've got a couple of items. So we've got the contact us section. So let's pass in a class here, a fade in, up. And let's refresh that. Great. And then one here for the contact form. So let's pass in a div here. And let's pass in, where's our shortcode? There it is. So class, fade in, and we'll pass this shortcode in there. And I think that's it. So let's save that, refresh. Great. So we've got all our animation in there. This is what it looks like. And I think that's just about enough to make it have a little bit of life, a little bit of interest, and that's looking good. So let's summarize what we have here. And I'm just gonna log out of WordPress and we can go through the whole thing so that you guys can have a look. So this is the website. As we scroll down, we've got this nice animation happening. The dining experience here, it's a little bit too early. I'm gonna push it up to 2 seconds instead of 3 seconds. So actually I might remove this down to 0.25s. Yep. And then over here, we've got the next section, welcome. We've got Mother's Day news. We've got served fresh. We've got happy customers, sign up to newsletters, social, Instagram, and contact us. So that's great. I'm really happy with this website. We might take a look at doing out some of the other sections in the next video, such as the internal pages, the contact us pages, some of the news and category pages, Because right now this is just this main design over here, and even on responsive, we take a look at the responsive version of that just to make sure that it's working all fine. Let's zoom up to the very top. And go responsive, refresh. So that's our responsive design. We could probably make this a little bit smaller, I'm thinking. Otherwise, most of the rest looks fine. So let's make the happy customer section a little bit smaller. Let's jump into the CSS once more. And what was it? Reviews? Testimonials? Yeah, testimonials. And in here, let's add some responsive design elements. So what I'll do is on LG. Actually, yeah, on LG, we'll do maybe margin top to 40. And then the font size to maybe 20. And then the padding maybe to 45 pixels. Then we'll reduce it a little bit more, 18 pixels, 30 and 30. So let's save that and see what we get. So that fits in much better now. Is the title resizing? I don't think the title is resizing, so we should fix that up too. So if we take a look at the title on here for happy customers, it goes to 60, then 36, and then finally down to 36. So for here, we'll do font size 36 pixels, and here we'll do font size 60 pixels. So let's save that and have a look at how everything is looking in the design. So that's much better. We could also fix up maybe the line height a little bit there. So here we've got a line height of 2. I'm gonna just set that to 1.5 here. And that should be about it. So if we remove this and resize the happy customers section here for the testimonials. Yep, that's resizing really well now. Okay, great stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed this video on building out this WordPress website. It's only the introduction and it's just building out the homepage, but in the future videos, we're going to build out the other pages, the category pages, the news pages, the contact us page. We're going to integrate the homepage with some dynamic content so it updates live when we do have new posts. So stay tuned for that. If you haven't already, hit like and subscribe, and if you like this kind of content or you have ideas for other stuff, leave it in the comments below and I'll check that out. Anyway, thank you and I'll see you in the next one. Bye.